Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to a Saturday pop-up sew. Good morning. My name is Tammy. I'm the Siberian Wind. And today we are working on Perfectly Plaid. If you've not downloaded your pattern yet, you can get it at the link below this video. It is an APQS pattern. It is free. So you're not going to have to pay anything to get the pattern to be able to do this quilt. It is absolutely free. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and go over what I've already gotten done to get started. If you stop into the chat, please leave me a comment. Let me know you're here. Say hi. Talk about what you see. You know, any of the above. Any of the above is absolutely welcome. So, good morning, Judy. I see you've popped into the chat. Thank you so much. And Chloe and Melina, good morning to all three of you. Thank you so much. I'm going to pop my chat out so I can see it today because, you know, we got to be able to see everything. And my computer is going off with all kinds of notifications. Gotta love it. Let's see. And we are going to get the puppy to quiet down. All right. So what I've gotten done so far, so what you can see on my wall, yeah, that's fine, Chloe. She says, for some reason I thought it would be an hour later. It probably needed to be. I probably needed another hour, but that's okay. That's why I was even running in just a few minutes late. Yeah, it's been a morning. I'm putting my phone on silent and plugging it in because it is about to die on me. So bear with me just a moment. Let me get that going. Oh, yeah, we're starting the Saturday morning out with a dead phone. But that's okay. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. Yeah, there we go. Now it is completely, it's on vibrator or whatever, so it'll buzz, but it won't ring and make all kinds of noise. It'll just make a little bit of noise. Welcome in, Susan. She says, good morning from the Town Place Hotel in Ellensburg, Washington. Yay! I'm glad you are finally in the hotel. You're not sitting there staring at all of the boxes the whole day. You're able to relax. Let them do their job and you can go about your stuff. And yeah, you'll be back in your place and it'll be all nice and new again very soon. We're hoping. We're going to hope for very soon. So what I have done in advance. So I did not print my pattern in color. So if you have not downloaded the pattern yet, this is like the cover sheet page for the pattern. And again, I printed mine in black and white. I didn't want to be looking at the colors in the pattern and get confused about what I'm using for my colors. So I printed it in black and white, so I wouldn't be looking at that. And I have obviously bought the fabric. Now, the original quilt is only made 71 inches by 71 inches. That is not large enough for a twin size bed, which is what I need to make this quilt for. So I bought double the fabric. I was at the fabric store, could not think of what I needed to get. So I was like, well, I know I don't need double, but I'm going to go ahead and buy double. So I would have plenty no matter what. And so on all of the fabrics, there's the original pattern calls for a light blue tonal, a medium blue tonal, a dark blue tonal, a white tonal, medium red, dark red tonals, your backing and your batting. So I do have my backing. My backing is not flannel. Everything else that you're going to see me working with today is flannel. And it's kind of fluffy flannel. I have not worked with flannel in a little bit, but it seems like it's more like a fleecy flannel. And I don't know if that's normal or what. But One thing I'm going to recommend, if you have not swapped your machine over to your walking foot, or if you do not have a walking foot on your machine, or a dual feed or even feed system on your machine, please invest in a walking foot. When you are working with flannels, when you're working with fluffier fabrics, fleeces, things like that, using a walking foot will ensure that you're not dealing with a lot of extra drag with your fabrics. So your feed dogs are going to feed the lower fabric, and then with the walking foot you're also going to feed the top fabric at the same time. If you are using just your regular presser foot with no even feed or walking foot, you may end up with some buckling and some bowing as you are sewing your strips. The instructions give you how to sew or how to cut your strips from each of your fabrics. So I've already cut all of my strips, and what I did, because I'm expanding the pattern, so I don't want you guys to get stressed because you're going to see more strip sets than what is called for in the pattern. So you're making bands. Those are your strip sets. You're going to make band A, B, C, and D. I am making one extra of each. So band A, you're making 4, so I'm making 5. So I've sewn 4 strip sets of band A together, and up on my wall, this first strip set that you see pinned up here, that is band A. Band B, you're supposed to make 2. I'm making 3, so I'm actually finishing sewing the last of my second strip, and so my third one is up on the wall. So that will get sewn as well. C, you're supposed to make 2, so I'm going to be making 3 of those. And band D, you're only supposed to make 1. I'm going to be making 2. So if you make the strip sets as they are called for in the pattern, you will have enough fabric to make the 71 by 71 inch quilt. But because, again, I'm needing to make it larger, I did cut extra. When it comes to the red, I did have to do a little bit of math. So we're going to try to get to that point today so you guys can see what you're putting together, so you guys can see, how that works. When we get done sewing a lot of these strip sets, then what I will do is I'm going to move my camera so you guys can see me at my cutting table. I can't show you the cutting instructions because you do have to download the pattern. I can't give you the pattern measurements. I wish I could, but I can't. So because I can't give you those pattern measurements, you've got to go download them from APQS. I can't show you what I'm cutting either because, again, you're going to need to go download that from APQS. So all of the sizes that they tell you to cut is exactly what I cut. So they tell you to cut with the fabric strips. So that is what I have cut. And so strip B, this is as far as I've gotten on strip B on one of my strips. The other one is actually underneath the machine and sewing the last part on. So I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys over so you guys can see that. And yeah, we're going to go from there. We're going to go from there. Let me turn that camera off because you guys don't need that one. My ironing board has nothing on it right now, so it doesn't really matter. And let's actually, we will also turn this light off so you guys can see. So how is your Saturday morning going, everyone? What are you guys up to? Are you staying nice and warm? I know there's a cold front coming through, and yes, they are wide strips. They are fairly wide. I think the finished block is in like the 16-inch range. Like it's not a small block at all. I haven't even looked at how we square up. I have not even looked at the pressing instructions yet. Let's see. sewing shown to make 32 unit ones. When you cut them apart, they do not say any pressing instructions. So we're going to wing it as we go. We're going to wing it as we go. They're definitely wide strips. Your outer strips on each of your strip sets are the same size, and then you progressively go down on the size of strip that's going into it. Your smallest one is fairly narrow, but it's not bad. It's not a hard sew. Susan says, waiting for daylight to brighten up the hotel room so can see to hand quilt. Yeah, absolutely. I know how that goes. And you know what? I'm not going to be able to see this, so I'm going to have to turn this light back on, you guys. I got to be able to see where my fabric is going in at. So I'm hoping you guys can see and it's not blinding. I need to just figure out a diffuser to be able to put on my machine so I can see and you guys can see. Waiting to see if someone calls out at work to see if I may have to work second shift. Oh no. Yeah, I hope they don't call out. You need a break. You need time. Chloe says she's doing dishes. Well, more power to you. Though that is what I have a dishwasher for. I do not do dishes. If it doesn't go in the dishwasher, or if the majority of things don't go in the dishwasher, I don't do them. That's why I don't have like a whole bunch of wooden spoons, and like I don't keep those because no, I'm not gonna fight with them. Not gonna fight with them. I do have a cast iron skillet, like a cast iron pan. Welcome in, Susie. She says good morning. Good morning to you. Do you have snow on the ground right now? Because I know we're getting snow later today. It is like 90% chance we are getting snow later today. I went down. Chloe says, I wish I didn't write. What, the doing dishes or going into work? Or both. Or having the wooden spoons. I've never liked the feel of a wooden spoon because I always feel like it's never clean. Like, I'm paranoid like I can't ever get clean. Welcome in, Andrea. She says, howdy, everyone. Watching while I work on land that I love. Yay! Yeah, I've got all of my blue blocks done now. Those got done last night before I started working on this. And all of my red and white are done except for the patchwork ones. Welcome in, Lisa. She says, hi, everyone. We'll be lurking off and on till noon. Absolutely. Oh, you wish you didn't have to do dishes. Yeah. Susie says, no snow yet. Yeah. I am happy that we actually have some snow on the ground now. Like, it's not on our roads. It's already melted or treated off of our roads. But we're at 24 degrees and we're going to be getting snow later today. They're actually, oh, you know what? I was about to sew this together wrong. Oops. Susan says, freezing fog here today. Yesterday was 3 inches of snow. Yeah, it is incredibly foggy outside right now. I ought to just set this camera up so you guys can see. You know what? I don't think it'll be that hard to set up. Let me do that. So you guys can see what I see. Let me move it so you guys can actually see. Hang on. And we will put a snow cam out there so you guys can tell me if it starts snowing on me. How's that sound? You guys want to see some snow? Courtesy of staying inside and not actually having to look at it. Oh gosh. It looks really foggy. Oh my gosh. It looks even foggier on the camera. Okay. Alright, so now you guys have, up in this upper window, you guys have my window out there. Alright, so here's what I did. So I've got my strip set, my B strip set that I'm sewing. And then I started sewing this next strip set on in reverse order. And I was sewing it wrong side out. So this is the wrong side. That's where my seam is. Oh, yay! Chloe's going to have her blocks done for Andrea's Mystery this weekend. Awesome. You've done fantastic with that, Chloe. That's an achievement. That is a big achievement. I really wish I could have done it, but I knew I had too much on my plate. They were trying to convince me, the ladies here at one of my quilting groups was trying to convince me Thursday. We normally sew on Wednesday, but we went on Thursday because Wednesday was a holiday. And they were trying to convince me to sign up for a mystery quilt project. I said, I have too many projects right now. And I'm going to be moving at the end of June, so no, can't do it. Welcome in, Pam. She says, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you, too. I know you guys have been missing me being on Saturdays. But I think doing pop-ins and doing occasional Saturdays is going to be easier for me than doing every Saturday. Awesome. Chloe says that she's going to post it to Sew and Tell. I can't wait. I really can't wait. I'm so excited to see what the final result looks like. It's so very cool. So very cool. I do already have my quilt pattern for 2025, my big quilt pattern for 2025 designed. So it will get released by Christmas this year. That is the next one. So I already have it designed, you guys. Are you proud of me? It's not going to take, we're not going to be rushing at Christmas time to get it done. Welcome in, Jess. She says, hello, Teamy and Chatters. Welcome, welcome. Glad you are here. Glad you are here. Oh, Laura's here, too. She says, hi, Teamy and everyone. Has Donnell's live already ended, you guys? Because I was over there hanging out for a little bit. I was actually awake. Are you shocked? I was awake, and it was morning time, and the sun was up. Judy says, well, since you are going to be moving at the end of June, do you want me to wait to mail your scraps? Nope. You can go ahead and mail them. It's fine. I have organization all set up, and I do not know where I'm moving to yet. So no, you are fine. You are fine. That is worked all into the contingency plan. We are good. Oh, Jess didn't go to her live. You are proud of me. I'm kind of trying to be awake. I'm still, on a caffeine deficit, so you guys will see me getting a lot of caffeine. So I did finish a spool yesterday. So now I have finished 2 spools already in 2025. Now it was not a full spool. It was this size spool, but it was not full. So, I will give grace that it was not a full spool. But I emptied it loading up bobbins for this project. Welcome in, Mike. Oh my gosh. Well, hello, sir. Have not seen you over here in a while, so glad you're here. I know, I haven't been live on Saturday mornings either. So it's kind of been a tough thing to find me. But you can always catch my replays. That's what they're there for. So the tip so far, if you're going to be working with this flannel, or working with flannel on this project, which is what I recommend. It's really a good project for that. Susan says, I got my box of scraps from Danny yesterday, as well as my Clue 6 from Cotton Cuts. Yay! Welcome in, Rita. Crystal Dragon Rita, House of Creations. Welcome, welcome. And Giovanna's here, too. My gosh, all of my old peeps are here. Thank you. I will, like I said, I'm planning in 2025 to do pop-ups on Saturdays. So it's not going to be every Saturday that I'm going to be live. But I will try to make sure Sean knows. So that... welcome in, Nikki. I will try to make sure Sean knows when I'm going live so he can announce it. So if you guys are catching Sean's live, then you should know whether or not I'm going live. And I will try to schedule them in advance so it's not just randomly popping up in your feed and you feel like you missed something. So I will try to schedule them, you know, up so you guys can like hit the notification bell. I'm going to try to get them up in a week in advance. Awesome, Mike. He says that he always watches my replays. I'm his zen. Aw, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Watched most of Sean's live this morning. Yeah, I was not awake yet. I was not awake. I did have my alarm set to wake up part of the way through his live, and I got up maybe an hour before that for a bio break, and just, you know, I was like, no, I'm not ready to wake up. It is too foggy outside. I mean, you guys see this, right? That's what I'm looking at. I mean, it's brighter here. It's much brighter in person than it is on camera. But it is crazy. So we're definitely going to have some snow today. I'm so excited. We're going to have a lot of snow. Well, it's not evening, but buongiorno, Giovanna, says Rita. I will get the names right. I promise. All right. So I now have 2 of strip set B. Doesn't this look cool, you guys? Does that not look so cool? So once we get all these strip sets put together, then we will be able to take them over and cut them apart, and then start putting them back together. Judy says, I didn't get all of Sean's either, missed the first 10 minutes. Oh, I didn't even miss any. I didn't even get any. I didn't just miss the first 10, I missed all of the first 100 or whatever. All right, so one thing that I'm doing as I pull these off the design wall is I am leaving the 1 strip per set on my wall. So that I have the pattern still up here. So I guess I should try to move. I don't know if I can move the cameras now. Like, it's like, how am I going to show you guys? I'm going to take off the weather camera. Hang on just a second. I'm going to take the weather camera off so you guys can see. Well, no. Yeah, I'm going to take the weather camera off for right now. Let's see. It is that one? Okay. All right. Gotta make sure I select the right one. So as I've been taking things off, I've been moving things around. And let me make one more adjustment so you guys can see the tops of these. There we go. Because you're seeing my machine. So we can still work on that. There we go. All right. There we go. It looks better now. So the strip sets, so I've got A and B up there. This is part of strip set C. So C is going to have your white as the big strips on the outside. So what I'm doing is I took both outsides because they are identical to each other, and I'm just going to go ahead and sew those. Mike says, loving the colorway. Well, this is for a guy, and his favorite colors are green or blue and green. So the pattern is written in blue, white, and red, which is also very stunning. It's gorgeous. And he's kind of a plaid guy. Giovanna says, now that I've said hello, what are you making? I am making the Perfectly Plaid quilt. It is a free APQS pattern. So if you go to the link below the video, click that link that takes you to the APQS pattern. So you'll see this in color. I printed in black and white for a reason, because I wanted to not be confused as to what colors I'm doing. So the first step is making your strip sets. So I want you to go download the pattern. Since it's a free pattern, you're not paying anything for it. But once you make your strip sets, then you will cut them apart to put them back together into the order to make your blocks. So you'll have units 1 through 4, and then 3, 2, and 1, like 1, 2, and 3, 4, 3, 2, and 1 to make that pattern. So the strip sets are super easy to put together, and there's no pressing instructions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to alter which direction everything goes. The nice thing is, and I will give you a little bit of a hint, the red is actually your sashing for your blocks. That is how it is going together. So because you have a solid piece that is your sashing, it does not matter. You're not going to be nesting your seams between your blocks. You're just nesting your seams inside your block. And because they are already working with flannel, it is written for flannel. So you're not having super tiny pieces, which are even harder to manage with flannel. All right, my machine says I'm out of bobbin, so we're going to see if I actually am. It is possible, although my bobbin's not popping out. So we're gonna see if I can dismiss it and see if I can continue to sew. There we go. We're going to dismiss it and see if I can continue. Flannel is extra fluffy. So if you... Oh no, I still have bobbin. My machine was just confused. So if you, when you're working with flannel, before you start this project, I do recommend your walking foot, because you're going to want your fabrics to go at the same pace. All right, for some reason, my machine is determined to say that I'm out of bobbin. All right, okay, now I actually am out of bobbin. So I've now gone through my second bobbin. It's my first full bobbin, but my second bobbin. But I loaded up 5 total. So I've got 3 more to go before I have to stop and reload. This is kind of like a jelly roll race. You want to clean your machine out, do a good deep cleaning on your machine, oil your machine, change needle, and you want to clean out any loose stuff that's in your machine. Okay, so apparently I was almost out of bobbin when it went off the first time. So I was not far from being out of bobbin. I should have listened to my machine, you guys. Welcome in, Michelle's Craft Some More. Welcome, Michelle. Glad you are here. But yeah, so I recommend, because you're working with flannel, use your walking foot. If you don't have a walking foot, or if you have even feed, use that. But if you don't have a walking foot, wait and invest in a walking foot. Otherwise, I really highly suggest that you take the time to pin all of this to make sure you're not stretching everything. Susan, I love it. She says, I think I'm done with coffee. 3 cups. Where do you buy sewing machine oil? You can buy it at your local quilt shop usually. You can also buy it at any machine dealer. You can also buy it on Amazon too. Jean says, hi, welcome in, Jean. And I actually have, I get it at Walmart. And okay, it's way down on the bottom. It is called Zoom Spout. It is a huge bottle. Like, I mean, it's this tall. The bottle itself is this tall, and then the spout is like double. That's actually what I use. Does it last as long as the, like, does the, yeah, oh, dough, yes, thank you, Rita. Definitely not 3-in-1 oil. Do not get the 3-in-1. Go to the crafts department at Walmart, and they do have Zoom Spout. It is called Zoom Spout. And it is sewing machine oil. It's the right viscosity for a sewing machine. And then it's got this red cap. You pull the red cap off, then you can pull the spout out for as long as you need to. And then the very next, before you put it up, put that red cap on before you slide it back in. Donnell, welcome. She says, hey, Tammy, good morning to you. Dritz makes a zoom spout. Well, yes, they do. Yeah. Jess says, that's a nice size quilt, 71 by 71. Yes. So I'm upsizing it. So what I did is I made one extra strip set, or I am making one extra strip set of each strip set. So A, B, C, and D. So that I have enough left to make a row of blocks at the bottom. So I will have more than enough to make that row of blocks at the bottom, but that will give me at least enough to do that. So that was kind of my goal. So I may put a row of blocks on the back, or I may make something to go with the quilt, like a case, because it's carried back and forth frequently. So I may do something like that. Just depends on how much time I have left over. I'm supposed to have this done, we're hoping by noon tomorrow. So we're going to see. Giovanna says that she got a spray type of machine oil from her machine dealer. I have not had any kind of luck with the spray types. Jennifer from Prepped for Eternity, she says, good morning, welcome, good morning to you. Good morning to you. So this quilt is 4 blocks wide by 4 blocks tall. If you do make an extra strip set of each, and again, what I was saying at the beginning, and so, you know, you missed it, but that's okay. It is absolutely a good redo. When I went to buy fabric for this, I knew I needed to add one more row of blocks at the bottom, or top, or whatever, but I could not for the life of me think through how to figure out what fabric I got. So if you want to do the math and figure out how much fabric you need to make one extra strip set of each, you absolutely can. I bought double of everything, so I'm going to have leftovers. Laura says, I love this pattern, hope to be able to do it in 2025. Yeah, absolutely. And the nice thing is, once you have your strips cut, once you have the strips cut, you're sitting here like it's a jelly roll race. It is basically a jelly roll race for a while. Jess says, I was thinking the same thing, Tammy, if I was to make it, adding a row and column maybe. Yeah, absolutely. Welcome in, Linda. She says, good morning, everyone. I gave my cold to my hubby, so now I have to take care of him. If you hear any screams, he'll be okay. Oh, that's so funny. Laura says, hey, I know, Donnell, we should really keep in touch more. Yeah, y'all were both in the live earlier. I saw that. I did not miss it. I was just shocked that I managed to catch anybody's live before I got live this morning. I was functional for 5 seconds. All right, so the strip set that I just did, where I did the blue on top, that is going to be my left-hand side of my strip set. I'm going ahead and intentionally swapping over to put my tan, which is my white, on top, to remind myself that this is my right-hand strip set. While I'm thinking about it, you guys, if you've not hit that like button, please hit that like button. I don't remember if I've got it set to subscribers only. So if you want to be able to chat, you may have to be a subscriber to chat today. If I didn't set that, if you are able to chat and you're not a subscriber, please hit that subscribe button. I really do appreciate every last subscriber. So thank you. We actually grew a couple of subscribers last night. There is a social media grow channel. He's out of the Pacific time zone. And so I was over there. Apparently he's live every day but Saturday. Helping people get their channel content out there, get new people who might not normally check out your content, checking it out and possibly becoming interested in quilting. Let's see, Laura says, I woke up at 5:30. I may fall asleep, so don't be mad. I'll catch whatever I might miss on the replay. You are fine, Laura. Laura, yes. L's today. In case you guys wonder, today is National Spaghetti Day. In case you did not know what you were fixing for dinner, today is National Spaghetti Day. I will not be having spaghetti. But today is National Spaghetti Day. I got a calendar of all the holidays that, like, every day is a holiday. And today is National Spaghetti Day. So I'm going to keep track of, you know, what days. Today is also my mom's birthday. So I've already wished her happy birthday. She got flowers yesterday from my dad. So yeah. And then Susan, I think today's the 11th day of Christmas. Am I right? Is that what we were discussing before? So tomorrow's the 12th day of Christmas, and we'll be done with the days of Christmas. Today is 11 the Lords of Leaping? Is that the right one? Y'all all being sarcastic in my chat. I see it. I see it. Y'all so funny. Y'all so funny. Giovanna says that she had pizza for lunch as she had only half. I will have it for dinner too. I don't blame it. I don't blame you. I need to quit hiding. You need to quit hiding. Donnell needs to quit hiding from Michelle. Okay, gotcha. The chat and the sound of the machine. Oh, yeah, it's relaxing, yes. And because this is kind of like the Jelly Roll race right now, where everything is just going, oh, Nightbot got you. Nightbot got you. 11 Pipers piping. Okay, thank you, Susan. It's 10 Lords of Leaping. Okay. 10 Lords of Leaping, 11 Pipers piping. Yeah, Giovanna, Nightbot got you. Too many caps. Gotta love Nightbot. Nightbot's a pain sometimes, but gotta love him. Gotta love him. Ooh, good question, Chloe. She wants to know what toppings were on your pizza, Giovanna. She needs ideas. We all need ideas. I had pizza yesterday. I had those little mini pepperonis on it. I listen to sewing videos while working as it keeps me relaxed. Yeah. I have to turn off all things except, like, music when I am, like, working and trying to think, because my brain adds words places. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm pulling my next 2 strips that I need off the wall. I'm going to move that over so it's closer. And I'm leaving the last strip up on the wall. So, this way, if for any reason I get disoriented or can't figure out where I'm at, all I have to do is look back up at this wall, and then I have my strips up here. So when it comes time to sew these last strips that are up here, these last strip sets, I already have pre-made strip sets that I can compare them to. So that will keep you from getting out of order or sewing them in the wrong order. I'm going to make that lay flat if I can. Not that it matters much. We're trying to sew fast today. We got a lot of sewing to do. Donnell says I listen to sewing videos while working. Oh yeah, I read that one. Oh. So I pulled 3 strips off, okay? So what is going to happen with these strips is it's going to go like this. So what I do, because I've already sewn the outside 2 sets. So I'm going to sew this strip set. I'm going to sew the 2 of these together. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start taking all of these other strips that I've already sewn, and I'll start sewing them to this, and then sew this strip on, and sew the last strip on. That's how I've been doing it. Donnell, these videos have been a lifesaver for me this past month. Yes, Laura, absolutely. And Giovanna says, my daughter had the 4 cheese. I had the prosciutto, mushrooms, and rucola. I don't know what rucola is, but yeah, that would be my pizza. Yeah, I wouldn't do the 4 cheese. My husband would be the 4 cheese person. My husband almost always does cheese pizza. That or he does beef and bell pepper. I am not a bell pepper on my pizza person unless I'm doing it like a supreme. I love supreme. I just can't have the olives. Olives do not agree with me. But now I kind of want pizza again. You guys are mean. Ricotta, I presume. Oh, probably. Okay. Yeah, I could have it that way. I can have ricotta. Oh, yeah. I love supreme pizza. I don't eat it all the time. I'm not always in the mood for it. But I will definitely add some veggies. Hey, Laura says, Giovanni, now I'm craving pizza, right? So am I. Chloe says, love mushrooms. Yes, I do. I do too. My husband is actually allergic to mushrooms, so he can't have them. That's like the only food he's actually allergic to. Giovanna is asking how you're doing, Laura. I know she's managed to get the insurance approvals for surgery. I'm looking forward to knowing more details as well. Let's see. Donnell says, will Laura be ready? I have tutorials starting back up this Monday for my block of the weeks. Plus daily recorded videos. I'm seeing how many days I can release a recorded video. My goodness, Donnell. You overachievers. Mike says, aren't you in my kitchen, Donnell and Michelle? Jess says, I love white pizza with mushrooms, caramelized onions, and garlic aioli. Okay, you and I have got to find a place to go get that. Yeah. And now I'm going to get for lunch, says Chloe. Oh my gosh, you guys. I needed to have like pizza leftovers before you came in and had this conversation. Oh my goodness. I needed to have pizza before this conversation. Because now, like, I'm going to want to text my husband a shopping list before he comes home today to get stuff for pizza. Oh, let's see. Susan says, I'm so glad you got approval. Laura's praying for you. Yes. I'll be watching Hope to be Sewing soon. Hubby, why would I be in your kitchen? I barely use mine, says Michelle. Giovanna says she's not a big fan of pizza, but we'll eat it. Yeah. I'm not a huge pizza fan. Like, I'm not majorly a huge pizza fan. Welcome in, Melanie. But I do like it on occasion. Jess was absolutely speaking my language there a minute ago. Telling me about the pizza she'd get. Yeah, we'd be splitting that. Oh. So, you know, what's really funny is you guys are talking about pizza and it's Spaghetti Day. It's National Spaghetti Day and everybody's talking about pizza. I guess it's the link that especially all Americans associate spaghetti and pizza together because they're both what we classify as Italian foods, even the way that we fix them. Welcome in, Dawn. She says, hi, good morning to you. I think it's morning. It's still morning here, so it's morning here. Chloe says, Jess's pizza sounds delicious. Okay, the three of us need to, like, meet up and, like, go sit and have pizza. You guys both live on the East Coast. Nikki says, I'm craving an Imo's at St. Louis style pizza. Oh my gosh. Giovanna says it's her fault. Oh, well, it was fine until Chloe asked you what kind of pizza you had. That's what got us all going. Oh. That's what got us all going. Alright, now when I am sewing more than 3 strip sets together, this is not an issue. When you're sewing less than that, I cannot pull these around like I should. So when I'm sewing, like when I sewed the A strip sets, because there's 4 of them, plus the one that's on my wall, so I had 4 of them that I was sewing today. When I get to the end, I pull it underneath the machine and pull it back up over. And absolutely, it's, you know, I could just keep sewing and round and round and round and round and round and keep going. But when it's 2 strip sets, it's not long enough to go completely around the bar that's underneath my table to make it easy to go. Don says, pizza sounds great, right? Chloe's got to take Christmas lights down, but after the live, well, you know, you just put that off till next week. Just put that off till next week. Oh, Jennifer, you are enabling us. That is not fair. She says National Pizza Week is January 12th through 18th. Jeff says, I'll come your way, but I'll wait for the weather to warm up. Yeah. Yeah, it's 24 here today. I think it's already hit its high. Giovanna says, I am okay. Nikki is a little tired from day out shopping and paying bills. Oh. All right. So we got tan blue. And so my husband came in here and he said, what are you making? Because I was working on these strip sets last night and I had them all pinned up on the wall in their stacks and everything. And he said, what are you making? I said, it's for a quilt. He says, it looks like you're making a uniform. It's all these colors, you guys. He immediately associated this with some kind of uniform. I'm like, well, why would I be making a uniform? Who do you know that needs a uniform? Why would I be making a uniform? Let's see. Asking. I'm sewing jelly roll strips for a baby quilt donation. Yes. So you kind of have the same machine sound going. You kind of have it going too, huh? Because this is really the you know, jelly roll part of the sewing. That first really long strip set. This is longer. I don't know. Maybe it's not longer. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strips per set. 4 sets. That's 28. 2. Okay, I'm not mathing. Giovanna says, we don't take down the lights till the 7th, as the 6th is a big holiday here. Ooh, what holiday is on January 6th, Giovanna? I need to know. Nikki says, I need to clean my house, but I'm making Halloween pillows instead. Plus, we have an ice snowstorm watch in mid-Missouri. I can clean then as long as I have power. Yes, you can. Yeah, even my parents are supposed to be getting, in Alabama, are supposed to be getting snow and ice. And there was a big snowstorm in Alabama in 1994. I was still in school, so I was still living at home. And I remember that snowstorm because there was a willow tree in the neighborhood and there was no snow underneath under that willow tree. So the kids were all out there and we were all digging tunnels to get to under the willow tree, and digging tunnels to get back out. It was so much fun. Feast of the Epiphany, I'm guessing, says Susan. Jeff says, Tammy, how are you doing on the mystery quilt we were working on from January 1st with Rob Appel? I have not done any more on mine. So what I have gotten done on that mystery quilt is I got everything that could be sewn until you need to cut and press anything. So all my half square triangles are cut. All eight at a time half square triangles are cut. All of my snowball corners are cut off. By the way, the what you're cutting off on those snowball corners, if you are using your own fabrics, those you can still cut into 1-inch squares. So I am saving mine. So if you want to save yours and send them to me, you're welcome to do that. Then I've got all of my let's see. Snowball corners. Okay, yeah, snowball corners for both the like one side and the 4 sides. Like I've got the opposite sides on the 4-sided ones done. And then all the other, like the one that's like star points, like it's not really a flying goose, but the oversized one, I've got all of those done too. But I don't have anything else done on it. Like I haven't done any pressing. I took this with me to cut so I could cut all the pieces on Thursday, and then I was going to press those seams on Thursday and did not get there. I was in too much pain. Jennifer says that remembers that storm. I got stuck at my friend's house for a week. It was fun for me. Okay, so we lost power. And I lived in a trailer park. And we were the only trailer that had a fireplace, a wood-burning fireplace. Because none of the park had gas. We didn't have gas. It's not a big thing in the Southeast like it is for Midwesterners and Northerners to have gas, appliances. So we did not have anything gas. So we had an electric or a wood burning fireplace, and so everybody came and camped out at our house. We set up sleeping bags, and we didn't have air mattresses or anything, but nobody had power. But we at least had heat, and then we could heat up and make coffee, and Mom made biscuits and cooked breakfast foods. And the other good thing about losing power in a snowstorm like that is we could put our milk and all of our fridge stuff outside, and it was staying nice and cool. Let's see, where am I missing? Chloe says, I love Halloween sewing projects. Sewing quilting projects will you show on your channel? Oh, that'd be cool. I love Halloween quilting and sewing too. Let's see. Pam says, I'm in mid-Missouri too, hoping the freezing rain doesn't materialize. You probably will. It probably will. I'm sorry, but it probably will. You guys have that climate. Nikki says, I love snow, but I'd like to skip the ice. Yeah, you're in the south. You're close enough to the southeast. No, you don't get to skip the ice. Giovanna says the Epiphania, which is when the three kings arrived to Bethlehem. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's also called the Befana, which is an old lady on a broom that brings candy to the good kids and coal to the bad ones. Oh, very cool. Melanie says, in the South we are a resourceful bunch. I'm South Mississippi for me. Oh yeah. We have to be. We Southerners have to be. So I am from the South. I lived a little over 40 years in the South. We did not move up here until I was 41. So, was that 41 already? I turned 41 no, we moved up here while I was 40. So, because I turned 41 that first October, and now I'm 42. So, yeah. Wait, am I right? Yeah. Sorry, I've had 2 birthdays up here. My first one, Tom made funnel cakes. My second one, we didn't celebrate anything. So, yeah. I've heard of when Sean had Lorenzo. Oh, yeah. That's all kinds of cool stuff. All the culture. So very cool. So very cool. All right. So now I'm going to pull this up. So now what I've got, Chloe's over here laughing at me. All right, so now what I've got is the first half of the strip set. This is the centerpiece of the strip, or not, is it? Wait a minute, hang on. Please tell me that I have not, no, I have not messed anything up. Okay. No way, how can you have lived 40 years that you're only 30? Thank you, Giovanna, you are so sweet. I so wish. Alright, so this was my first strip set. So the largest strip to the next size. This is the next size down, and this is the center strip. So what I've got left is I've got this strip, which I'm going to sew on here. And then I will have another strip set that is this, that goes on the outside. So I'm going to sew this tan in place. And then I'll come back and sew the outside strip set. Giovanna, you are so sweet. She's over here giving me the nickname Queen, and then she's over here giving me, compliments on my age. I do not mind it. I will take it. I will not look a gift horse in the mouth. Whatever that phrase is. There is some kind of phrase like that. I don't know exactly what the phrase is supposed to be, because everybody kind of stops at that point of the phrase. So I don't know what the rest of it is. not sure if I want to know the rest, but that's okay. Yeah, I can't believe I was supposed to get my tattoo for my 40th birthday. That was my plan, and it took until I was almost 42 because of things that were going on. So, but I finally have my tattoo, so I'm happy about that. So, yeah. Oh. I might have to get something sewing and quilting related now. That might be my next one. Get something more quilting related. I haven't decided yet, though. I have not decided yet. Alright. So, yeah, this is the boring part. I apologize. This is the boring part because it is just strips and strips and strips and strips. And try not to break thread. Welcome in, Sherry. She says hello all, in for a few minutes. Absolutely. Saw you on Sean's trunk show. It was very beautiful. Thank you for sharing. That was fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous. I may not catch everything, but I catch enough. Giovanna says it means to accept what you've been given with grace, even if it's not the best of conditions. Yeah, I knew what it meant. It's just I don't know what the rest of the phrase technically is. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth or something, I think is what the phrase is. I didn't know the words. I don't know the words. I don't think. I don't know if that's... Either way. I was over on Donna's on Friday, I think. Yeah, Friday. And she said something about... oh, you're welcome, Sherry. Yes, Giovanni, you need to go watch it. So if you watched it, you can tell what quilt I picked to share for mine. But if you didn't, I wonder if you can guess which quilt I would have picked. Oh, let's see what else. My brain is just like going 90 to nothing. I could say so much about so much. So much about so much. But watching Donna's channel the other night, she and Debbie from In Quilt Effect had started something. And it's something along the lines of Debbie has Benny stuck in the closet. You all come on too late for me. Yeah, I know I do. I am a night owl. I function best at nighttime. But, you know, it is what it is. But, so Debbie and Donna had something about Debbie has Benny in the closet, and she needs to get him out of the closet. She's got a man in the closet. Like, I don't know what the whole deal is. I did not catch all of it, but I came in, like, part of the way through the Zoom on New Year's Eve about that. And so Friday, she said something, and she's trying to backtrack and say, she was trying to say that, she wasn't trying to say that, you know, for a good time, call Debbie. And Joe spit out his coffee, and I'm sitting here, I'm not on Zoom, so she can't see or hear me, but I am laughing my rear off. I had to stop everything I was doing because it just struck me as so funny. Because she was trying to say that she wasn't trying to say that, but it was funny to think of it, you know, that she was, yeah. I guess you had to be there. You might have had to be there. Giovanna says that she will. She saw some of it. Awesome. Yeah, New Year's Eve was a busy night, you guys. Everybody was on. I went on to Katie's channel for a little bit, stopped so I could come hang out on Sean's channel, and then got over to Donna's for a little bit, Had to leave hers to come do mine. My computer crashed during my live and I had to reboot. And then I went back to Donna's, and then I went back to look for Katie's and couldn't find hers. Susan says, Giovanna, I'm an Episcopalian, one of the liturgical churches. We too celebrate Epiphany. Yeah, Chloe says it was very busy. It was incredibly busy. It was insanely busy. Insanely busy. All right, so I've got this on here. So now my next step is to add my last pieces of my strip set. So I'm going to be adding these two pieces. So I'm going to flip it over and we're going to start sewing. Joy says, just stopping by to give a thumbs up. Have to go to great-grandson's birthday party. We'll watch replay. Oh, no worries, Joyce. Wish him a happy birthday from us, too. Sherry says, Katie had a part 2. Yeah, I knew she was, like, I caught where she signed off to start a part 2. But I could not find it. Like, it was an hour after she ended the first part. And I could not find her part 2. So it might be uploaded now, but live when I was trying to find it, I could not find it. And I was looking. Like I was scrolling through her, I was scrolling through YouTube. I was scrolling her YouTube page specifically. Like I could not find it. I was looking. Giovanna says, happy birthday to him from all of us, says Giovanna. Oh, Chloe couldn't find the part 2 either. Yeah. There was all kinds of technical issues on New Year's Eve. I had the hiccups, you guys. That's what's going on. I have the hiccups. Oh, Giovanna couldn't find it either. Yeah. I think if you were already, like, in the Zoom, like, I probably could have, like, tried to go back to the Zoom link, maybe, and click in and find it that way. But that would have just gotten me onto the Zoom part. It wouldn't have gotten me onto watching it from YouTube. Because I was looking for it, watching it from YouTube, see who all was in before I went to join the Zoom, and I couldn't find it. I think YouTube just decided to take a crash on all of us quilters on New Year's Eve. I think my internet provider also took a crash on me too. So. Susan says, I was too exhausted from packing to watch anyone's. Yes, you had a very, very good excuse. She says she was too exhausted from packing to watch anyone's New Year's Eve lives. Yeah, I figured that that's what you were doing. And then when Kathy and I came on Thursday night, we were both wondering if anybody had seen you yet and if you'd gotten to the hotel, because we were super excited, hoping to hear from you. We were checking on you. Let's see. Sherry says, yes, that was a problem. Yes, it was. Andrea says, Katie had it set to switch over to part 2, but she forgot to make it public, so it was an hour or so into it when she realized it. Okay. It was a little over an hour then, because I was, there about an hour and trying to find it. That makes sense. Gotcha. Yeah, setting it to private will do that. Setting it to private will do that. I don't think I've done that. I don't think I've done that one yet. Oh. So, my pattern for February, in case you guys want to start getting prepped. If you want to start cutting your scraps, if you are looking to scrap bust in 2025, if you're looking to scrap bust, then cut some scraps into 5-inch squares. I do not know how many I'm going to use yet. Choose yourself a background color, and then whatever colors you want to go with that background color. If you are wanting to use the February project as a scrap buster, it's going to be 5-inch squares, so charm squares. Saturday as well. I don't know which Saturday yet, but we will be doing it on a Saturday as well. February 1st, if you guys are not aware, February 1st is National Quilt of Valor Sew Day. I will not be live. I will be hosting in person a sew day. And I'm inviting the 4-H'ers out. Sherry says that she's been working on scraps. Yay! Yeah, I've got to cut a whole bunch. I'm going to pull what I've got, but then I've got to pull what I already have that's 5-inch squares, but I'm going to pull a whole bunch more. I'm going to pull a whole bunch of my scraps out and start cutting 5-inch squares from those scraps. So it's going to be a 5-inch squares. You're going to be using that. Chloe says, I may use my APQS to make that block. It's called the airplane block. Yes, I think that's what I'd seen too for the name for it. It shocked me that, here I am. It's already, like, I just sketched it because I saw it. I loved it. Thought it would be perfect for it. And then here, lo and behold, Tiffany from Tiffany's Quilting Life is using that same block. And I'm going, well, darn. Let's see. Andrea says, I am here and have been, but sewing, not chatting. Oh, you're fine. I just knew the answer to Katie's dilemma, so I chimed in. Oh, you're fine, Andrea. You are fine. I've been lurking in people's channels lately, too. Susan says, I checked in just after 3 on Thursday and went back to the apartment to finish packing boxes. Then yesterday, cleaned out the fridge and turned in my key. Yay! Yay, yay. All right, so this is strip set C. Let's see. Sherry says, I'll get some to join in with you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a freebie pattern. So I issue out every 2 months. I issue out a freebie pattern that I design. It's not necessarily that it's a new block or that it's new whatever, but it is always something that I have taken the time to do my own math on. Or it's I want to do for whatever reason, and I can make it free for you guys, so I'm going to do that. Andrea says, Tammy, I'm almost caught up with you and Kathy. I probably will have passed you up by next Thursday. I'll just say, oh, I know you will. I know you will. You're like Speed Demon Sewing. All right, so this last strip set, this is D. You only have to do one. So I'm only going to be sewing one strip set initially. So I'm going to go ahead and pull everything that I need for this strip set and get it out from behind my shelving unit back here. This is going to be your darkest strip set. So all your dark colors are coming together. You have none of the light color in it. So you have none of your light blue tonal in it. Or light tonal, whatever color you're using in it. And you have none of your white, or mine I'm using tan. So you will have none of that in it. So since I'm only doing one strip set of that, I'm just going ahead and pulling all the strips, but I'm going to leave the strip set pieces up here on the wall so I can still see them while I sew this in case I get out of order, in case I get disoriented. Let's see, it doesn't need to be new, just find it. Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of the goal. Yeah, I agree, Chloe. She's like, please show us your progress, Andrea. She's checking up on you. That's what it is. She's wanting you to prove it, Andrea. I'm just joking. She didn't say anything of the sort. I'm ad-libbing. Oh. So the nice thing about all of these strip sets is that they are reversible. So when you get a strip set sewn, it doesn't matter whether you're starting from one end or the other, it's reversible either way. So that's kind of the nice thing with it, is you don't have to stress about that or anything else. You just go ahead and put it together. Now I could go ahead and sew this and just go ahead and put the next strip on and keep sewing, but I don't want to do that. And that is personal preference on this. Giovanna says, you girls are so fast. We are sitting here challenging ourselves, Giovanna. We are putting goals in front of our faces and saying we dare ourselves to meet it. That is what is happening. Andrea says, I'm taking pictures and we'll have a weekly slideshow at the end of the week. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. That will be fantastic. Andrea is going to be sewing at my pace, you know. If I didn't have 3 other projects I was working on at the same time, I would totally be done with half of them. But I'm trying to sew multiple projects at the same time. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do Fab Farm next week or if I'm going to do it 2 weeks from now. So Fab Farm will be a Saturday project. So I will be working on the horse on a Saturday. But I just don't know which day yet. And I do not have the strawberry block done, so we'll be able to assemble the horse up to where you put the strawberry block in place. So it will not be a completed block whenever I do sew it completely. Or do sew it. Giovanna says my brain is too cluttered. Oh, I've been there. I've been there. I have totally been there. Alright, so that my brain remembers it, I'm putting this down like I've been doing all the other strip sets. So I'm putting my short one on bottom and my big one on top. Now my darkest blue, if you end up seeing any like strips hanging down from it, when you see my strip sets, my darkest blue is the one that pilled the most in the wash. So all of these fabrics are washed and I did not starch them. I know. Okay, pick yourselves up off the floor. I did not starch them, but this dark blue is the one that has shed the most, and it also shrank the least. So it did not shrink as much as the other fabrics, but it shedded more than the others. And they're all the same manufacturer. It may just have something to do with the dye lot. So we've got Fab Farm we're getting to this month. We're going to start getting into it. I've already got the block cut. I just don't have any of it sewn yet. I still need to pull fabric. Tammy, what soap detergent do you use to wash your fabric? All free and clear. Just free and clear detergent. I have never really liked the Tide version. My skin has not liked it very well, but my skin likes the all just fine. So just, regular, like what I would expect, someone to use, maybe washing it later. Just the free and clear. I mean, they can use whatever they want to and make it smell however they want to later, but I just use free and clear. So nothing fancy. And if you like the off-brand or whatever, go for it. Go for it. Alright, so now I'm doing my next strip set. And then what I may do is I may go ahead and leave those strip sets up on the wall. Because those are my extra strip sets. You'll want to sew all of yours. But I want to get into... I mean, we haven't been live that long. We've been live an hour. No, wait. Have we been live an hour? Oh, wait. We were only supposed to go live 15 minutes ago. Oops. Okay. So, who was it that said I was supposed to go live an hour later? I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's me. I'm the problem. It's me. I did go live an hour early. I am so sorry, you guys. You did not miss anything. It is all my fault. You did not miss anything. Let's see. I cannot believe that. So I did not even catch that. Yeah, Susan says, oops, Tammy. Yeah. I did not even catch that. I had an extra hour I could have sewn and still been on time. Oh my goodness. I'm just now catching it. You guys are amazing for being here early. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I feel so bad. Hour early was a win for me, says Mike. Right? I'm helping you out unintentionally. My dog is wanting to go exploring the house. The Roomba is going. Judy says, that's okay, you'll just get this done soon. No, I probably won't. Jennifer says, better than late. Yes, absolutely. And I was logging in right at the hour mark, so I was like, I'm later than I normally would be. Nope, I'm still an hour early. The time change did not affect me properly, you guys. I'm still suffering from problems with the time change. Giovanna says, more time for us. Hooray. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so because I don't want to cut these off my machine, I'm going to cheat a little bit. And I'm going to come in here to this strip set that would be my right hand one. And I'm just going to go ahead and attach my narrow strip to it, so I don't have to cut anything off the machine and cut my thread. I know it's, only saving a little bit of thread, but it's saving just a hair bit of thread. And I mean, I've got 3, 4, 5 spools of blue thread that would be appropriate for quilting this still, so I'm still good. So I still have enough thread to quilt it, so I'm not worried about that. And the nice thing is, because this is going to a guy, I will be able to straight line quilt it. A long time changed up. I know, right? I know. I'm just dragging it out, Giovanna. That's all it is. Dragging it out. I'll still have to cut a thread anyway, but I won't have to do it until I get done with this strip. Oh my goodness. Alright, so I'll let you guys vote then. Since I went live an hour earlier than I planned to, do you want me to go ahead and sew all of these so we're, done the whole way? Or do you want me to take a break and start cutting? Because, I mean, you guys know how these strip sets are going together now. But I've only got 4 more strip sets to do after I do this one. So, you guys get to tell me, do you want me to sew all of the strip sets? Or do you want me to go ahead and go on to the next step? And not leave a strip set up on the wall. Keep sewing. Okay. All right. It is up to you, dear. All right, so we got 1 for it doesn't matter and 1 for keep sewing. Okay. Make it easy for you. You do what works for you. Anything works for me. I do need to get this done by noon tomorrow, so I guess I will go ahead and continue to sew. So they are coming through town tomorrow about noon, provided that all of their scheduling works out right. So I don't have to ship it. I don't have to drive a long distance to deliver. It is like literally they can stop by and I can walk downstairs so that I can deliver this quilt. So, yeah. So I want to have it done by now or by then. If I don't, their next time to be in the area will be 2 weeks out. And I'd really like them to go ahead and have this. So, that is the nature of the oil rig industry. They do 2-week hitches on and 2 weeks off. Or 2 weeks on and 1 week off. I think it's 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. And then, that is a win-win, says Giovanni. Right? It is. It is. But see, if I don't get it by noon tomorrow, or when they come through town tomorrow, if they can't delay their drive, then it's 2 weeks before I can deliver it. Which I really don't want them to have to wait. I really don't. I'd really like them to have a completed, washed, and ready to use quilt. Because this is a celebration quilt. My chat keeps freezing, says Giovanna. I'm not seeing any problems on my side, but that doesn't mean that it isn't my internet too. Like I guess it would be YouTube though. It shouldn't be on my side. I don't think my side would be the video feed freezing, not the chat freezing. So I'm not sure. All right. So we're gonna see how much thread I can use today. I don't think I'll use a whole spool though. I really wish I could, but I don't think I'll end up using that much. All right, so I've got 2 halves. I've got this. That's gonna be it's gonna go this direction because that is my right hand side of my strip set. Not that it matters. Giovanna says no, it is my side. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Gotta love YouTube and internet. YouTube and internet. Kelly, she says you're fine on my side. Awesome, thank you. First time I think I've seen you in my chat. Welcome, welcome. Glad you are here. Giovanna's chat needs a sweater. Mike, you are hilarious. I'm not making a sweater for her chat though. Chloe says, so excited. I'm laying out my last block. Yay! That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. You're going to pout, aren't you? He wants to go chase the Roomba, you guys. I've got the Roomba going so I can hear it out in the living room. And it's actually probably in the kitchen right now. So he likes to go chase the Roomba and bark at it. But now that it's already running and like not just starting, he won't bark at it. But he wants to go out there and go meddle with the Roomba. Susan says this is going to take getting used to. Having housekeeping knocking on the door to ask if I need fresh towels. I live by using that do not disturb thing on the doorknob. I absolutely use that all the time. And then I listen for housekeeping. And like I listen for them to be working down the hall. And then I will ask them for towels that I need or whatever when they're already going to be coming through in a little bit. But I ask them for it and then keep that do not disturb on my door. Giovanna says I can do that myself if I can get the measurements for it. I don't know what your how you would do that. Making a sweater for their chat. Oh, that's so funny. Y'all are cracking me up. I guess I had enough caffeine in myself to in me this morning to get going. I guess that's what happened. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, oh my gosh. Alright, we are going to go ahead and sew all of the strips. That is what we're going to do. We're going to have all the strip sets sewn. So that way I don't have to come back and try to recut anything later because I didn't have enough strip sets cut to cut them all. Alright. It must be very big. Sometimes caffeine takes over. Yeah, it definitely takes over. Alright. So here's the D strip set. It's really kind of dark compared to all the others that you guys have seen. Oh no, Chloe, she says she's 1 square short. That's awful. You should not be 1 square short. Alright, nice thing is, my board is flannel. So I just took all my pins out. I don't know where my pin cushion thing is. Hang on, I think I do. Let's see. Found it. Okay. So I took all my pins out, but my strips are staying up there because my board is flannel and so are my strips. So I can just grab all these down, and I'm not going to bother with trying to smooth it out. So I am going to just pin my strip set up. So you guys will start seeing the strip sets coming together. That's what's going to happen back there. You found the fabric, or you have to find the fabric. One or the other. Where in the heck is my dog? Oh, okay. Let me let him out so he can go out there, and then we'll close the door back in a little bit. I'll call him back in. So if you guys hear the Roomba, I do apologize. I can't, my husband is not home, so I can't leave the dog out there by himself locked out. He will get into trouble. He's a troublemaker. He is a mischievous troublemaker. Okay. And he's not back in here yet already. Amazing. He's probably going to pull his toys out, which he doesn't need to do because the Roomba will move them around. All right. Now, if you have all of your strip sets, you cannot hear it. Okay. Well, you might hear it if it comes closer. It's probably doing the kitchen right now, and then it's going to go back towards the front of the apartment. But it's probably going to have to go charge before it comes back to the living room. If it was working on the living room, you guys would probably hear it. Oh, he's getting water, so he needed to. Okay, yeah. He is your true love, yes. The husband or the dog. Jennifer says, I'm thinking of making a picture alphabet blanket using FPP for my granddaughter. Any ideas for X, Y, and V? X would be, well, an x-ray machine or xylophone. That's what typically I'm used to seeing. If it was for a boy, you could also do X-Men. But it's for a girl, so I would probably do a xylophone. Let's see. Y would probably, yeah, yo-yo would be a good one. Oh gosh, yarn. Yarn is a really good one for Y. I think we always think of things after the fact. Yoo-hoo drink. I mean, vulture vase, violin are the suggestions so far. Let me see if I think of any for V. A violet, the color V, violet. And Chloe says yarn is good. Welcome in, Lori. She says hi, Tammy. Welcome, welcome. Glad you are here. Glad you are here. Oh, we have the hedgehog. Nope, you're not taking it out there. You're not taking it out there. You're gonna stay in here with me. I know, tough world. Thank you. Come settle. No, I don't need you getting into things, please. He's trying so hard, guys. He really is. He's trying to be good. Zebras for Z, yeah. She was mainly asking for the X, Y, and V. So, yeah, those, I can't think, zoo would be good, too. And zebra, or zebra. Let's say it the way Sean would say it, would be zebra. It would be Zed. Zebra. I hope I got that right. Don't shoot me if I'm wrong. I cannot wait to see what the bobbin case area of my machine is going to to look like after this quilt, you guys. Jennifer says, thanks for all the ideas. She's planning on putting a zipper on the X block to make a little pocket. Oh, that'll be very cool. Ooh, if you could find the picture fabric for it, X marks the spot on a treasure map too. I just saw some. Ooh, Valentine. That's a very good one, Chloe, right? Giovanna says that way too. Zebra, yeah. Excuse you, sir. What are you doing? No, we're not getting toys. Come on. Leave it alone. Alright, let me close the door so he's not tempted. Alright. And before you guys ask, this is the hedgehog that we were hearing a minute ago. So we're going to let him keep it for right now. Mommy, I want to play, right? He absolutely wants to play. I know you want to play, huh? All right, come here. Come say hi. Come say hi. Oh, my goodness. Hi, baby. Yeah. Mommy tastes good, huh? Is that what it is? Mommy tastes good? Okay. Can I get back to sewing? Are you going to be a good boy? Please do not sniff my shirt. Can you settle, please? Go settle. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. X marks the spot. That's an idea. My wheels are spinning with idea. Right? We will definitely get that going. He wants to bring the Roomba so I'll play with him. He does not like the Roomba. He does not like the Roomba at all. He is very offended when we start the Roomba. I don't know what it is, but he doesn't like the Roomba. It's kind of like it's an invader. And he's got to make sure that the Roomba is not running off of any of his toys. Giovanna says he is handsome. Thank you. He is. He really is. He knows it too. He knows he's handsome. He has got a complex. He knows it. Lori says, hi, Chatters. Cold and snowy day, crafting day, what to do? Yes, right? Well, I will be getting snow later today. I'm so looking forward to it. Let's see. Vase with a violet. Ooh, that works too. Let's see. You're off schedule for him. Yes, definitely. Normally on a Saturday, I have been taking it easy. I might be sewing, but I would have the door open so he can go in and out and play around and do whatever. And that has not been happening. And lately with my husband being home so much and not, being out doing other things because his back has been hurting him too much, he has... he's been sitting watching TV, so my dog has been sitting out in the living room watching TV with my husband. Not that my dog watches TV. He doesn't. He is not interested. He briefly watched a little bit of 101 Dalmatians when he was a puppy, and that's it. Like, we've never had another instance of watching TV. So that has not ever happened. But, so he's been out there with my husband, and my husband, the way that our living room is set up, if he's sitting in his chair watching TV, he sees my overhead light. And so he doesn't like, staring into this bright overhead light that I've got. And so he will close the door to my studio, so I'm here in my studio off by myself, sewing in my own little world. And so the dog is out there with him, hanging out with Dad. And then he'll come lay in front of the door when he really wants to come see me. So when I go to open the door, he'll be standing there waiting for me, just like wagging his tail and jumping, super excited. But Tom's out. He's got an event he has to go to today at the theater that he's helping out with. And he's got his blend brain power too. So that's where he is today for most of the day. So the puppy is stuck in here with me versus, out where you normally would be. Zebek is a small pirate ship. I do not know the correct pronunciation. Please do not come after me. I do not know it. Alright, so let's see. Which one is this? This is my left one. So that one's going to hold on for a minute. And this is my right one. And I just know that because these strips are like the dark blue is the same length. Or I start the dark blue at the same as I start the medium blue. But the dark blue is longer. So when it really hangs over a lot, it's on the bottom side. Or it's on the bottom end. That's the only way I know. Giovanna, that would teach her a new word for sure. Yes. Yes, it would. That would be a word that most of her classmates probably would not know or come into contact with. Because it's not one that I'm familiar with. It is not one I am familiar with. We got her thinking when I said X marks the spot on a pirate ship map. On a map. You have a yacht for why? Ooh, that would work too. That would definitely work. Guys, you're fantastic. You're fantastic with these words. So I am thinking about what I want to do, and in February we will probably be doing our next raffle. So January 21st we are doing the 1-year celebration for my channel, the anniversary. So it's not the day that I started the channel, but it's the 1 year, the last for the year rotation. So week 52. January 21st is going to be our big celebration live. I'm going to have giveaways to give out. We're going to have all kinds of stuff going on. So, vacuum cleaner. That's a good one, too. We're going to have all kinds of celebrations going on to January 21st. So, and then the next celebration month will be April. The next big celebration month will be April. Oh. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for it. I cannot believe I have been live almost a full year, you guys. This is fantastic. Celebrate, says Chloe. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Why? Yak. Oh, that's a good one too. And I should know that. We have, people up here that sell yak meat all the time. Vest for V, yep. Guys, you're fantastic with these words. I think I would be in Jennifer's boat, striking out, where do I even go from here? Good question, Jennifer. Good group to ask. Good group to ask. So if you are going to do this project, I do recommend not only using your walking foot, but make sure that you don't stretch your strips as they're going into your machine, because you don't want them to come out all wonky. You want them to come out evenly with each other. So, Giovanna's admitting her secrets. She says she's looking for them on the net, Tammy. Yep. Oh my goodness. You guys are so funny. You guys are so funny. I'm about to have to turn my fan off. It's actually cool enough in here finally. Van? Volkswagen van. There you go. Oh my goodness. Now, here's a question for you, Giovanna. How many of these words that you're giving us actually start with the same letter in Italian? Susan says, I made picture cards for the alphabet when I worked with kindergartners. Yes. Yeah, you kind of need to. kindergartners, are they, at what age do kids start first grade? Most of the time. At what age do kids start first grade? Because I'm trying to put things into perspective. I have got to have things ready to be able to have all the way from age 5 through 18-year-old kids. They start first grade at 6. Okay. So some of my kids will probably be in kindergarten. Okay. That's going to be all kinds of fun. Chloe says 6 as well. Awesome. Yeah, so when I'm working with 4-H, I'm going to have kids from all ages joining into 4 is in preschool. Okay. So yeah, they start the youngest in 4-H, at least is my understanding, is age 5. And 5 to 7 is that youngest age group. And they are supposed to have a parent come hang out with them to help them through. So, I will have a parent sitting there. They usually turn 6 in first grade. Okay. 5 if the parents want to in Italy. Okay. Gotcha. So I'm going to have ages 5 to 7 in that parental unit, the parental watching unit. So parents should not just be dropping their kids off if they're that old. I just couldn't remember for sure, and quantitatively putting it that they're probably in kindergarten or first grade will help me remember, what age group I'm really preparing for those young kids, because they're going to need a lot of assistance, especially when it comes to sewing projects. Sewing and quilting. So I'm going to be having them draw stars, like trace stars. And then possibly cutting out stars. So we're going to see how that goes. I know usually kindergarten is working on coloring inside the lines, and usually in first grade they can trace, or they can cut better. They can cut on the lines better. So we're going to see what I can do. Because I need to be able to make. Giovanna says, I was 5 Kenya because school starts in January and it was my 6th year, but I was born in September. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. School starts in January. That's crazy. We don't have that here. We definitely don't have that here. School here starts in September and gets out in May, or August and gets out in June, or something like that. Depends on where you're at as to when school starts. But I think they do that here because it was easier to send kids to school during the farming time when the ground couldn't do much anyway, because the kids are needed at home during harvest. But Kenya is far enough down, the seasons are reversed, right? So January would be during the middle of the summer, wouldn't it? Let's see. Here we teach English in kindergarten and the alphabet too. Yes, we do. We teach that too. Oh, I sewed that to itself. Oh, well. When I sewed off my strip, I folded my strip over. It's not going to matter really and truly, but I want to cut it loose because I don't want to end up with it being in my way. So I'm cutting it loose. I'm cutting it loose, you guys. There is no winter there, so the school year starts with the actual year. Okay. Kenya's far enough towards the equator then. Okay. That makes sense. I'm thinking like Australia farther south. Like that kind of south. That still like blows my mind, you guys. There is no advertising in the United States that is going to depict a summer during the middle of what we are traditionally used to being the winter. So like summer is always, June, July, August. And, summer in Australia is like December, January, February. Expectations skill-wise have really changed in kindergarten. Yes. Although there are some kids who emotionally or socially are not ready for full-day school. It is dead on the equator. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. That explains Kenya. That explains Kenya a lot. Dead on the equator. So, yeah. Hot year-round. Hot year-round. Alright, so that's one strip set. We're going to save those pins. Pull these out. And put them down. And I'm going to pin my strip set up. And I got 2 of them already done for this one. So this is C. So we've got D up here, and now we're adding C. And then I'm going to sew the last C one so it can go up here. Ah, I have my upside down flipped. There we go. Not that it matters, but we're going to put the pretty sides up top. We're just putting the pretty sides up top. That's what we're doing. We're doing the pretty sides. Alright. And yes, I am overlapping them. It will not matter when it comes down into the grand scheme of things. Alright. And my puppy dog now has fuzz on his head. Welcome in, Patricia. She says good morning. Good morning to you. Let's see. Chloe says, that's for sure, Susan. You are a bad parent if your child doesn't go to preschool. Yeah. Yeah. I put my son, and this is almost 20 years ago. Well, it's 15 years ago because he's, about 15 years ago. We put him in daycare, and because we needed him in daycare because we were both working. And I made sure we ended up moving him to one that was a preparatory school, so when he hit kindergarten, he already knew his alphabet. Like he was already starting to read before he hit kindergarten. Giovanna says, here in Italy, we have mostly half day for primary school. Very few do all day school. Yeah, absolutely. Mike's over here. Hey, Patty. Good morning to you, Patricia. So glad to have you. So glad to have you. I bet that was better for the kids, Giovanna. Yes, probably. I do not know any kids that really benefit as much from that all-day thing, that all-day schooling. It starts them out young, getting used to a full day, but their brains are not wired to handle that. So they're only learning about what you could learn in a half a day at that age. They're just having to physically be in school. Sorry. Sorry. Frog in my throat. Frog in my throat. There we go. I think I was choking a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Gianna says, well, it is, but they do Saturdays too. Oh, very cool. I bet that helps some parents out to do a Saturday too. Of course, the work structure is so different here in the United States. It is all based off of capitalism and getting the most done that you can for a little bit. Chloe says, Dr. Pepper time. It is always Dr. Pepper time. Always. What are you talking about, Dr. Pepper time? It is always Dr. Pepper time. If I am awake, no, I'm just kidding. Actually, I do need to start swapping off of it a little bit more frequently. My go-to is usually Powerade Zero, and I'm particularly fond of the grape flavor. I used to hate grape flavored anything, but that one I can do. The blue kind of gives me an aftertaste, so I can't really do that one very much, and the red sometimes is a little iffy. But I may end up having to swap some of those in. So you guys may start seeing me drinking something a little bit healthier in the future. Because I really do need to start swapping in other things other than just Dr. Pepper all the time. No matter how much I love it. It's very different. We have a lot more rights workers. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Workers here are at the mercy of the company that they work for most of the time. Most of the time. So I'm just going to keep sewing in rows. Let's see. Susan says, the only reason I put my son in preschool was so he could develop social skills. He was smart as a whip. In the kindergarten beginning assessment, kids were expected to count to 100. He was stopped at 250. That's hilarious. I love that. That's fantastic. Yeah. So the nice thing is when we went to kindergarten, my son didn't have to know anything specific. Like, he didn't have to know anything. But it gave him a leg up on all the other students. So there was no chance he was going to be held back. So we gave him that. We didn't want him to be held back for anything. He definitely had ADHD. Definitely, like, hyperactive. Definitely distractible. Struggled to focus on a concept. Wants everything very black and white, which is almost, it's kind of an autism trait. But yeah, it's all kinds of fun. My son at preschool was always sick, so I took him out. Yeah, that's the other thing too. When you start school, or start preschool or anything like that, you are exposed to a whole lot of people that may or may not take hygiene and germs and all of that at the same level that you do. And so even taking hygiene and germs at the same level that, you might, kids are going to pick up stuff. It's going to happen. I was sick more when my son was in preschool than I was when he went to regular school. When he started going to regular school, I didn't get sick nearly as much, but I was definitely sick a lot when he was in preschool. There was a lot of it going around. All right, and I am sewing these kind of in a little bit of a backwards order now, so I'm not sewing them in the same order now. So it is what it is. But they are all going to go up there in that same order once they all get together. So you sew your strips in the order that makes sense to you. If you want to sew one strip set at a time, if you wanted to sew all A, B, C, and D together in the same sitting, you could actually stack all of your strip sets and do that. But with these being flannel, especially, flannel tends to stick to each other, so that's why I didn't bother with that. I didn't want my strip sets sticking to each other and me accidentally picking up the wrong strip, or sewing two strips at the same time, or anything like that. Could you guys imagine if I'd sewn like a couple of these together in sets of two in the wrong order? You guys would be seeing a lot of Jackie. Nearly had to take out his tonsils because of that, but thank God I stopped sitting in there. Yeah. And not everybody can handle being exposed to everything all the time. It's crazy. It's crazy what you get exposed to. All right. Let's see. Here's my first strip. This is my second strip that's going to sew onto it. And then, so this outside strip, the right-hand side, outside big strip, is going to sew on last by itself. Is kind of what's going to happen. In case you guys are wondering. In case you're wondering. Let's see. Jack would have a blast. Yeah, it's not Jack. I don't call him Jack. It's Jackie. It's Jackie. Chloe says, wow, Susan, impressive. Well, you're living right now at that time frame. Since your son is 4, yeah. You're right at that time frame. I'm gonna have to, like, you know, I don't know what developmental ages all these kids are gonna be at, so I have to plan for all these different age ranges as to what they're gonna be able to do when I do it. Giovanna says, "Okay, Jackie." Yeah, see, we gotta have. It was either gonna be Jackie or it's gonna be Jill, and you guys voted on Jackie. So her name is Jackie. we gotta have some women in here. I can't be outnumbered by men everywhere. I got the husband and the boy dog, so gotta have some women around here. Gotta support the women. One of my sweatshirts that Tom bought me for Christmas said, woman cannot survive on quilting alone. She needs her quilting besties. So you guys will end up seeing that hoodie. Don't worry. I will wear it. I promise. I've got other shirts and such to pull out. So, or other hoodies to pull out. He buys me clothes for Christmas. He's good at that. Especially when it's quilting related. Gotta run, Tammy. Sorry, need to shovel. You are fine, Lori. You are fine. I am thankful that I live in an apartment, so I am not the one responsible for shoveling. Now, if it comes down to getting my car out of the parking spot, I might have to shovel. But I don't have to shovel just to shovel. Or to shovel my walk. When I was in 5th grade, there was a girl that was a genius, and she was 2 years younger than all of us. Yeah, that's how that happens. That's definitely how that happens. And smart men. I'm a smart man. I surround myself with incredible women. Oh, Mike. You are so good. You are so good. He's earning brownie points, you guys. He's earning brownie points. Oh. Yeah, be careful shoveling, Lori. Giovanna's over here saying, have fun shoveling. No, just be careful shoveling. That's right, Giovanna. She says, you are, Mike. We are all incredible. Yes. You're a very smart man, Mike. You're hanging out with a good crowd. You have to be smart to know that you're hanging out with a good crowd. That's how that works. That's just how this works. All right. So 2 more seams. The seam I'm sewing and 1 more seam, and this C will be done. Then I can pull B. Then we'll have A, and then we'll have all of them, and we'll be ready to cut. It'll be so much fun. We'll actually be able to cut. I'm going to see what you guys are going to see if I put the... Oh, there we go. Yeah, we still have no snow. I'm going to show you guys. We still have no snow falling. It is just foggy. It is foggy and froggy out there. I went out this morning to take Paladin for his morning business. And, right? Women that love him. Yes, you can judge me by who I choose to let in, right? Absolutely, Mike. Yeah, so we will not have snow. I mean, depending on how late this live goes, we might have snow before this live ends tonight. Depending on how this works. Welcome in, Christina. She says, Happy New Year, Tammy. Thank you, thank you. Giovanna says we have rain. Yeah. Judy says it looks cold. It is. It's 24 degrees out there. And it's fine, except that it's a little windy, and that wind will cut. Now, once it's done snowing and the sky clears, it will not be that cold. It will be nice. It will be, go out there in a sweatshirt and jeans and you'll be fine. I was out there in a sweatshirt and jeans yesterday, but this morning it's a little too chilly for that. It's just a little too chilly for that. So, You guys are getting to see if there's any traffic driving. I'm trying to see what you guys are actually seeing. I don't know if you guys are seeing the traffic or not. You guys are seeing post, but I don't see it, so I don't know. I don't know what I've got you guys pointed at. Oh, I'd have to zoom in. I cannot see what y'all are seeing. Isn't that bad? So when you do this quilt, match your thread to your dark fabrics. Do not try to use white thread if you are not using a lot of white fabrics or fabrics with whites in them, because if your pieces pull any direction, you do not want your thread to show and be a significant detractor from your quilt. Giovanna says, I am fluffy and don't feel cold usually. I am fluffy too, Giovanna. I am fluffy too. I'm not as fluffy as I have been, but I'm a little bit fluffier than I used to be. Like I go back and forth between being super fluffy and not so super fluffy. That's what we're going to go with. Fluffy and not so super fluffy. When I've got my coat is a windproof coat. So when the wind's blowing, I don't really feel the wind. As long as my face is covered, I'm good. So I do need to get I've got one of those balaclava things to put over my face. I just did not wear it this morning. I did not feel like I would need it, but when it gets to 0 or below, I do wear it. I don't take the risk because the wind chill will cut. Let's see. Christina says we have snow on the ground, and it is 21 degrees Fahrenheit or -6 Celsius. Yeah, it's 24 here. All of our snow that we have is either on vehicles or it is on grassy areas. So it's not on, there's a little bit on some pavement where there was ice underneath at first, but the majority of our snow right now is just on grassy areas. Best way to get tangled thread off of a bobbin, says Chloe. I take a bowl, put the bobbin in the bowl, and just start pulling up some thread, and then if you get stuck, if you're just going to throw the thread out anyway, just start cutting. Just whatever you pull up, if it doesn't continue to pull off the bobbin, just cut it until you just keep going further down. Giovanna says, I wear men's clothes as their sizes are more comfy. Yes, they are. They definitely can be. Giovanna says, wow, that is cold. Yes. Yeah, she's like 3 degrees colder than me right now. Which is not bad. It's not bad. I mean, it's been worse. It has been worse. Let's see. But, let me know how that's working too. But yeah, I usually put it in like a bowl, or like I have salsa bowls that I keep around in the studio, just for the purpose of throwing like loose threads in, so I don't have to always reach for my trash can or my scrap bin for it. Excuse me, sir, you're in my way. Can you scoot this, please? Thank you. So I don't always have to worry about it. I'll bring you guys back off of this camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. So that is strip set C. Now 100% complete. And now we are on strip set B. So I'm going to pull a couple pins up and go ahead and pull the rest of them out before I start pulling things down. And there's my B. Let's see. Laura says that she was super fluffy but started walking 5 miles a day and watching carbs. Now I'm not fluffy but cold all the time. Yeah, when you don't have as much fluff around your bones will get cold fast. Yeah, that's the way that does work. Unfortunately. is the price to pay for not being fluffy. So you can either be fluffy and be warm, or be not fluffy and be cold. That is usually how it goes. Not all the time, but usually how it goes. For mornings, it has been 10 or negative 12. Oh, you're in Sweden, yeah. Yeah, it hasn't been that cold yet. Now it says it's 29, but it feels like 30. Yeah, I doubt that. It does not feel like it from in here. It's 85% humidity. That's what's killing me right now, is that humidity. Let's see. 17% cloudy. No, it's more than 17% cloudy. Good try. But let's see. The high today. Where will it tell me? Come on now. Let me just go to the hourly, and it will tell me. We are looking. Yeah, we're already at our high for the day. It's going to start going down from here. By. Oh, this is not saying any snow now. This one's not. All the other ones said snow. So, but yeah, we've already hit our high for the day. It's going to go down from here. Judy says, I'm fluffy and still cold. Some people are. With a lot of patience, ease the thread. Don't pull hard on it. Gently pull when you see it knotting. Just ease it out. Yeah, you can try that too. But you may still end up having to, like, if it's come off part of the way through, you may still have to cut. But if you're just going to throw all the thread out, you're just cleaning the thread off the bobbin so you can reuse the bobbin, and you don't care about the thread, then yeah, just keep playing with it. Laura says it's going to be 70 today in the Arizona Valley. I'm wearing sweatpants and a sweatshirt with a quilt on top. Oh my gosh. Susan says it's 31 in Washington where she's at. I'm loving this cold weather. I am loving it. The only regret that I have about cold weather is that it is never, like, people don't regulate their indoor temperatures the way that I wish they would. They regulate their indoor temperature to whatever they want it to be, not in line with the temperatures. So, like, let's say I go to someone's home and it's, it's like it is right now where it's like 29 degrees outside. Their home will be 72. Like, you get in there and you are just stripping down because it is so incredibly hot. I would absolutely love to just, if I put a sweater on and I come to your home, I want to be able to stay in that sweater. Like, that is like a precursor to me coming to your home. I better be able to stay in whatever garments I wore underneath my coat. I should not have to come to your home and strip. I do not come to people's homes to strip. Oh no, Giovanni. She says it's humid. It's 100% humidity here. Oh gosh, no. It's 85 here right now. And I knew I was hurting, but that's part of it. That's really part of it. So I was supposed to be getting my infusion this upcoming week, and I won't be able to get it. So we're going to see how my body does. You guys might be hearing me do a little bit of complaining. I will try to keep it to a minimum, I promise. I do not want you guys sick of me complaining. But I might have to do a little bit of it. I might have to. It might be unavoidable. It might be unavoidable. I do have some appointments rescheduled for like February and March. Hoping that I can get in to see my doctors then. So we're going to see. We're going to see. I do not like insurance here in the United States. Just going to say it. Chloe says, I love that temp, Laura, right? Chloe's over here jealous. Mom, Chloe's jealous. Let's see. My arthritis, both IA and PA can't handle the cold anymore. My husband said I need to live in a small where it is climate controlled. We have very little humidity in Arizona. Yeah, we normally have very little humidity here. So this is unusual humidity for us. And that is what's killing me, is I'm not used to this humidity anymore, because I have gotten out of it very thankfully, and I love being out of it. So yeah, no. Giovanna says I cannot walk because of my knees, bone on bone, so I can't do long walks to lose weight. Yeah, no. I totally understand that. So I did a walking test on New Year's Eve before the live. So when I came in here and I was exhausted, you guys, that was part of it. I did a walking test at PT that day, and I did not even manage to walk 200 feet without having to stop. So, I mean, I got 200 feet. I did walk 200 feet, but I did not do it without stopping to rest. So yeah, it's, I promise I'm not, faking it. It's just, yeah, it's all kinds of fun. Let's see, Giovanna says your lucky Laura here is humid both when it's cold and hot. Yeah, that's why I moved away from the southeast. It is humid there, cold and hot. It is humid there no matter what. When is all that supposed to hit the southeast, by the way? When is all the snowstorms supposed to hit? Giovanna, my husband, had both knees replaced in 2023, as his shoulder in 2024. It's been a life-changing journey for him, says Laura. Yeah, I bet. He's getting all new. He's like the bionic man, Laura. Just tell him he's becoming the bionic man. Let's see. Okay. Oh, you're fine, Jackie. She says, late to the show. Internet maintenance had it down for days. Now an ice storm due tonight. What are you making today? So in the description of the box below the video is a link to a free pattern. It is called Perfectly Plaid. It is on the APQS website, but it is free. You do not have to pay for anything. So I printed mine out in black and white. You can print yours out in color if you like, but I printed mine out in black and white. And it's, yeah, we're sewing the strip sets to make the blocks. So we sew all these strip sets, and then we turn around and cut them apart, like cut them across the strip set, and then we'll be able to make the blocks. So that's what we're doing. Let's see, the bobbin was tangled because I had 3 colors of thread. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, don't do that. You're not supposed to have 3 colors of thread on your bobbin. Not the way you're supposed to do it. Mike says, give me a desert any day, right? Now add an S and you have me, give me a dessert any day. I'm just kidding. No, I really don't need a dessert any day. Laura says that her body can't handle humidity. Yeah, I really can't. I can handle the cold. I just can't handle the humidity. Jackie says, ooh, I like that, right? It's fantastic. So we are on the last sets of strip sets putting together, and then I'm going to move you guys over to where you guys can see me. Pam says she's mainly lurking. She's doing binding. Mid-Missouri weather is supposed to come in tonight. Okay. So you guys will get it tonight. So I'm guessing Sunday or Monday maybe to hit Alabama. Something like that, maybe. Something like that. Jackie, let's see. Susan, it's heaven. Had my left knee replaced and no longer have pain, says Judy. Awesome. And Susan says something about, Mike, I love the desert in Arizona. Yeah, the desert in Arizona has something going for it. I will say that. Mike said, and desserts, right? Chloe says, I used to do that a lot, adding the multiple threads to the bottom. Yeah, your machine is not going to like that. If you're going to do it, let's see, he's the bionic man. We had to fight with doctors to do joint replacement surgeries because he is so young. Yeah. So if you're going to put multiple thread colors on a bobbin, It's counterintuitive, but you really need to just tie the threads together. So whatever thread is already on the bobbin, tie your next thread onto it before you go to wind it, because your machine is not winding it properly. It's not going to wind it with proper tension when you do it that way. When you don't, secure that thread in there properly. So tying it off, it would secure it properly, and you'll have better tension. But I don't recommend doing the multiple colors on the same spool, or multiple pieces on the same spool, because your machine is not going to wind it properly. Let's see. I like the way you have your strip sets hanging on the wall. Keeps track of them. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So what I did, all of these strip sets except the D one, you make, or no, wait. Let me make sure before I say. All right, so A, you're making 4. I made 5. B, you make 2. I made 3. C, you make 2. I made 3. And D, you make 1. I made 2. So, I'm making extra. Welcome in, Heather. She says, sounds good. We used to host dessert parties for pre-kids. Yeah. So what I did is, while I am sewing a strip set, I still had a strip set up on the wall. So I did not take down the last strip set until I could replace it with another one. Now the D, you won't be able to do that if you're doing it the exact pattern requirements. I am making 1 extra strip set per strip set so that I can make an extra row at the bottom of my quilt. So I am not doing a 4x4 layout. I am doing a 4x5 layout. Heather said, hi everyone, desserts and deserts. Love it. Yes, right? Pam, I'm in the same boat as Jackie. Imagining a dessert party now. Yes. So one of my friends does a cookie party every Christmas season. And I'm thinking I need to do another kind of party. Like, I need to do a party too. Catch 22 says Giovanna. Yep. Or Catch 22 says Susan. Yep. Let's see. I was told the same and referred to a program. First I was upset, but I've embraced it and hoping to avoid surgery now. Yeah. Sometimes surgery is the answer. Sometimes it isn't. Not everybody is a candidate for surgery. Not everybody should go for surgery. Giovanna says, now I want hot desserts, right? Whew, yes. We're tall in my family. I would have to do the same. Yeah, so the quilt is 71 by 71. The person that this is going to is not necessarily tall. He's a little bit taller than me, and I'm 5'4". So I don't know exactly how tall he is. I never really asked. Like, I don't look at somebody and go, well, how tall are you? Unless they are incredibly tall and I can't guesstimate, then I ask them. Or if they're really short, then I ask them. Giovanna says she needs surgery. She's bone on bone. Yeah, you do. Bone on bone, you do. Because you need some cushion in there. Because bone on bone will just continue to wear. Yeah, so yeah, you do. So what I'm doing is I'm doing an extra strip set to do the extra row. I did buy double of the fabric. So should I need to, for whatever reason, which I'm not going to because there's not going to be a reason for it. If I needed to make this larger than that, I could use all of the fabric that I bought because I bought exactly double of what they said. So I have enough to make 2 71 by 71 quilts. But again, I don't want to do that because I need them to, like, I just need a row. So I will have extra flannel left over. I have flannel projects in mind. Laura says, Heather, my husband was, he in his 50s when he had both knees replaced months apart. It changed his and my life. Yeah. My husband is going to end up needing surgery. We just don't know when he will be getting it. We've got to wait for the VA, and the VA is not exactly known for their fast-moving speed. They are not the cheetah in the race when it comes to medical. Let's see. Giovanna says it's like a cat chasing its tail. You cannot exercise, so you cannot lose weight unless you sew the mouth shut. Yes. And that's not a good idea either. Just because we know how to do it does not mean we should. I just had a whole bunch of birds fly past the window. That's what caught my eye, you guys. I am 3rd floor up, so it's all flannel. Yes, yes. Everything on the front of this quilt is going to be flannel. The backing is not going to be. I did ask the person that this is going to. I asked them whether or not they would want it flannel on front and back or just flannel on one side. And because they'll be using this during the summer as well as during the winter, they only want it flannel on one side. Susan says her joint problem is arthritis. Yeah. Be Yvonne is happy for Laura's husband. Yes, absolutely. And Heather's asking Laura how she is doing. I know you're getting asked that like everywhere, Laura. We are all wanting to know minute by minute how you are doing. Welcome back, Christine. She says she's back. Yeah, my husband's joint problems in his back are arthritis. He had a back injury when he was in the service, and now his back is entirely eaten, or his lower back is eaten up with arthritis. Hubby is 6'5", son is 6'8", daughter's 5'9". I come in at 5'5". Oh my gosh, yeah, you are short compared to everyone else. Duval says my hand is arthritis too. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to avoid damage to my joints. But because I won't have insurance to cover the medications I'm able to take, I will not be able to afford the medications I need to take to be able to stay on the medications I need. So I will be going without medications until we can get the medication issue resolved to prevent further joint damage. I'm basically getting the raw end of it when it comes to the insurance issues. The last square is cut and the bobbin is unwound. Yay! You are being super productive, Chloe. Super productive. All right, this is the last of strip set B. I have one seam to sew strip set B together. So I'm going to lay my right hand side that I've been sewing up against my left hand. And there we go. Dad was 6'2" and Mom was 5'2", says Susan. Oh my gosh. That's craziness. That's craziness. Now, the one thing you don't see as often is you don't see a tall woman with a short man. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's just that's how our brains are wired. Or if it's just that there's a lot more taller guys than taller women, maybe? I don't know. Ginger and turmeric, if you can take that to me. I don't know if I can or not. I might try it. I might see if I can get some and take it, but I don't know. I do not know yet. Maybe that's why I like Indian food so much, because ginger and turmeric are typically in Indian food. So that would help me a lot. Laura says, Heather, I'm hanging in there, hoping to schedule the procedure next week. Yay! Oh, Chloe, she says I'll be looking and I have to go pick up pizza. We were having a pizza conversation earlier. So now we're all sitting here going, we want pizza. And here Chloe is going to go get her pizza. I'm jealous. Kelly says, I'm 5'9" and my husband is 5'8". Yeah, it doesn't happen that often like that, though. Like, not a lot of women go for shorter guys. Patricia says that she's 2 inches taller than her hubby. So technically, when my husband and I got married, I'm 5'4". He's supposed to be 5'6". He's not anymore. He might actually be 5'3" now. Patricia just ordered pizza. Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm so insanely jealous. It's because we want our offspring to be stronger and bigger, so we look for bigger men. I think that's probably part of it. I know it was always romanticized. Like, if you look at, like, the Ken and Barbie dolls, I think Ken is taller than Barbie. Like, it's always pictured that the guy, like, the bride and groom on the top of the cake or something like that. I have that problem. Tom does not like for me to be taller than him. And, guys, I have some heels. I do have some heels. I don't have as many as I used to, but I have some heels. Susan said, Heather says, whispers, the fam had pizza last night. I pretended my chicken and veg was just as good. Jennifer says, I take moringa for my arthritis. Helps me tremendously. Have you ever looked into that? I have not looked into that yet. Mine is psoriatic arthritis. It's not just regular osteoarthritis. It is psoriatic arthritis. So it is my immune system attacking my joints. So that's one of the challenges of mine. It's not just, I wish it was just osteoarthritis. My sound is going in and out. You may need to leave and come back and see if that helps it. Because we were having that same issue with YouTube the other night too. When we were in the caves, that was the thing for survival. Yeah, probably. I would not be shocked. But I will look into moringa and see if that would be recommended for me. For me, she is freezing. Ooh, not good. Not good. Let's see. So I wonder if it's YouTube, or I wonder if it is. Okay, YouTube says that my connection is strong. So it says good connection. Stream health. The bit rate is slower, but it doesn't say that there's an actual problem with it. So I'm not sure. I left and came back. It's better now, says Laura. Okay. So that may be what it is. Try refreshing your screen. Freezes seems to fix it for me, says Kelly. Yeah. YouTube has been having a lot of that going on. And it has not been just me. It has been a lot of content creators that have had issues. So, yeah, try refreshing it or going in and coming back and see if that fixes it. All right, so now I'm pulling strip set A. This will be our last strip set to have to sew before we get to start cutting. Woohoo! Are you guys excited? The last one's off the wall. Susan says that she did it too. Laura. No problem on my end, says Christina. Okay. Yeah, YouTube has been giving a lot of us some issues. A lot of issues. Not just some. A lot. A lot of issues. Alright. Here we go. That is 4 strip sets of A. There's a lot of them. Let's see. Jennifer says, I know some people with RA also use it, but I don't know about psoriatic arthritis. Yeah. So here's the cool part. You can actually determine which kind of arthritis it is by where it is. So rheumatoid arthritis affects joints in both locations. Looking good already. Loves the blues quilt. Yeah. His favorite color is blue. So that's what we're doing. He said blue and then he said green. So instead of red, we're doing green. And I did not like white with it. I didn't see a good white that I liked. In flannel, so we're going with tan. Like a camel color. Rheumatoid arthritis will affect the opposite sides of your body equally. So if you have rheumatoid arthritis, it will affect your right hip and your left hip equally. It will affect your right elbow and left elbow equally, your right thumb and your left thumb equally. Like it always affects both sides equally. That is a diagnostic tool, aside from testing and such. That is a diagnostic tool for rheumatoid arthritis. Osteoarthritis can be seen in X-rays. Rheumatoid and psoriatic might not be seen in X-rays initially, especially in the earlier stages. It may not show up in X-rays. But osteoarthritis will show up in X-rays, and it may affect a joint exclusive of any other joint. Does morning tea help? Says Susan. So Jennifer, does moringa tea help? Is the question she's asking. So rheumatoid will affect both sides equally. So if you have a swollen wrist in your right hand, you will have a swollen wrist in your left hand. And it is usually a red and swollen joint if it's rheumatoid arthritis. Osteoarthritis can affect you younger if you have had an accident or an injury. So like if you injure just your left knee when you were a teenager, you might have osteoarthritis in just your left knee. I had osteoarthritis in my right hip specifically, and that was separate from everything else. So I had osteoarthritis as well. Psoriatic arthritis, you do not necessarily have to have psoriasis. Some people don't get psoriasis until after they've been treated for psoriatic arthritis. Laura says she has OA and PSA. Guess I'm just lucky. They're now thinking I have lupus. I'm not sure I even want to know anymore. Yeah, you do. If you do have lupus, you do want to know. Lupus is treatable, so you do want to know if you have lupus. That is the one advantage to knowing if you have lupus, is that it is treatable. It may not be curable, depending on... I don't know that I've heard of anybody cured of lupus. I'll say that. But lupus is treatable. So psoriatic arthritis. The difference is you have these little joints at the very ends of your fingers. These are called, the short answer is they're the dip joints, DIP. Distal insular phalange joints or something. I don't know the full phrasing on them. But these joints are only affected in psoriatic arthritis. You will not typically have osteoarthritis in those unless you have an injury. You can have osteoarthritis in those joints if you've had an injury, but those will always show up on x-ray as well. You will have visible bone on bone issues in those joints if it is osteoarthritis. Psoriatic arthritis is the only one that affects those joints if it is not showing up on x-rays. That is what psoriatic arthritis does. And it does not have to be equal on both sides. So like it can be 3 fingers on this hand. Like I've got my worst ones on this hand are my 1, 2, and 3 here. On my other hand, it is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So, it's not the same on both hands. Those are the joints that hurt the most on me. And of course, sewing, quilting. I need to be able to move my hands, and those are the joints that hurt. But I have other joints that hurt that are psoriatic arthritis, but those are the ones that hurt the worst. Jennifer says, I've never used the tea, but I buy powder and put it in capsules and take daily. Awesome. Chloe says, wow, Laura, that sounds frustrating. Yes, it does. I am in full agreement that does sound frustrating. Oh my gosh. My whole deal is it took them, like I got a diagnosis and it took me almost a year to get treatment. And once you started treatment for psoriatic arthritis, especially if it's a biologic, which is what I'm on, it is highly recommended that you never come off of it, because once you come off of it, if it is working, once you come off of it, you may never be able to go back on it. So if I go too long before they can get me on insurance, welcome in, Diana. Glad you're here. We're having a health discussion. I'm sorry. So once you come off of it, like if it's too long before your next, infusion, injection, or whatever, when you go back on it, it may not be effective for you. So me losing my insurance could cause me a major setback in my health. But there's nothing I can do about it at this point. Laura says, yes, I'm confirmed for psoriatic arthritis. Been tested since my 20s, so they say osteoarthritis. I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia in 2008, but the symptoms began in 2000. Crazy for sure. Oh my gosh. The fact that they diagnosed you with fibromyalgia without the symptoms, that's pretty impressive. Most people, when they get fibromyalgia, when they have a diagnosis for fibromyalgia, it's taken them a couple of years to get a diagnosis because of their symptoms. Their symptoms are what prompted them to seek the medical for the diagnosis. Now, fibromyalgia and lupus are often misdiagnosed for each other. Chloe says it's really windy here. Oh, goodness. It's not windy here at the moment. Wait until the snow quits and then it'll start being windy again. Once it starts snowing later today. Giovanna says we're lucky that we didn't pay for medical care. Yeah, that's one thing I'm kind of jealous about, but I can't afford to make the move. I need to stay in the States, so. But absolutely, if that was an option, I would totally be considering it. Because, yeah. I would love to not have to fight for my medical care. That's what's killing me right now, is having to fight for medical care. It's not it's not easy. Yeah, no, it is not easy. I hope that's what you were meaning. I can go to Canada. Nope. I do not have a passport. And even if I did, Tom cannot go with me. I read Laura's wrong. She had symptoms for 8 years. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, is that she had the symptoms. Oh, okay, wait. Symptoms were there. Oh, okay. My bad. I stand corrected. I was completely wrong. I do not mind admitting I was wrong. I did, in fact, read that wrong. Yeah, you guys are right. Thank you. Let's see. Sister has psoriasis and developed psoriatic arthritis on top of the skin problems. Yeah, I do have psoriasis, but I don't typically have flares. But now that I've been on this medication for as long as I have been, I should be having my next infusion next week. I actually have a little bit of a rash starting. A little bit of the psoriatic rash going. The psoriatic spots going. You can die with meningitis. Yeah, you absolutely can. Jennifer says moringa reduces inflammation, so it may help with other things as well. It'd be worth looking into for sure. It's very nutritious, but I don't know about any interactions, so do research. Yes, I will absolutely do research. I know better than to add anything to any of my stuff without doing a lot of research on it, because I've had to educate my doctors on what they can and cannot give me. I have, Jennifer, but the problem is I'm kind of in a loophole situation. So when you are on a government insurance program, you do not qualify for a lot of the medication coverage programs. And I technically do have insurance, but I can't afford to go to the doctor. The secondary insurance that I have is a cost-sharing program that I qualify for, and I can't afford to lose it because I will need it later. So I can't, the only way I could cancel it is to divorce my husband. So I'd have to divorce my husband in order to lose that insurance to then qualify for the free programs. And it's too much of a mess. Giovanna, I almost did, says Laura. They told hubby he had a 5% chance of survival. I was in the hospital for nearly 2 months. Oh my gosh. 6 weeks in ICU, yeah. Meningitis hit Ellensburg about 30 years ago. I caught it, and wow, worst headaches ever. Yes. That's crazy. Jackie says, I have had fibromyalgia for 15 plus years, but I've always thought it was something else. The last 2 to 3, my hands have developed arthritis and now some nerve problems in my left hand's first 3 fingers. Yeah. So the thing that I hate about fibromyalgia, the one thing that I hate about fibromyalgia is they don't know what causes it. There is no, even the blood work test that supposedly is out now, that supposedly can tell whether or not you have fibromyalgia, is not 100% accurate. There have been studies done about it, but it is not 100% proven that it is, the test works, because there's, so much back and forth about it. The thing I hate about fibromyalgia is it is still considered a catch-all diagnosis because you don't fall into all of these other possible categories. So we're going to put you in this category, yet we can't do a blood test or anything to prove that you have fibromyalgia, but we're just going to diagnose you with that. Now, it is an all-over pain condition, but they don't know why. They think they might know why, but they don't know what causes it. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Jackie says, but since I retired last year, I have no insurance, so it's all out of pocket until Medicare kicks in. Insurance is so expensive, I can't afford it. I can't afford it either. I can't. Of course, I have no income now, so yeah, it's, I doubly can't afford it. Giovanna says, well, my cousin's daughter got it, and we were lucky that our doctor diagnosed it at once in Kenya. Yeah, absolutely. Fibromyalgia, even though they can now, supposedly do, mine was diagnosed with a trigger point test. That is after I went through a year and a half at a neurologist going through a battery of tests to make sure I didn't have anything else that it could potentially be. I have had MRIs. I even had one since I've moved here to make sure that I do not have MS, because my symptoms are so close. My severity of my fibromyalgia is so close to multiple sclerosis that they were worried that I might have MS. But no lesions, so no MS. Laura says, I'll never go to an urgent care. It was because of their diagnosis that I nearly died. I go straight to the ER. Fortunately, my PCP believes that fibromyalgia is an issue. Yeah, I have doctors now that believe that it's an issue. But they don't, not every doctor knows what to do with it. Now it's kind of moved to where if you have fibromyalgia, you go to a pain clinic to get treatments for your fibromyalgia. You just get treatment for the pain. You don't get anything else. You just get treatment for the pain. And Jackie says that if it's in your medical record, some insurance companies don't cover treatment. Yeah, correct. They really don't. They do not want to cover fibromyalgia for anything. Fibromyalgia is still considered a catch-all diagnosis. Laura says that she saw 5 rheumatologists before she accepted the fact that she has fibro. I had seen a rheumatologist and they were at a loss, and they're like, well, there's all these neurologic conditions that more closely match what you're explaining. So that's why they sent me to a neurologist, and I spent a year and a half going through battery of tests, MRIs, x-rays, CAT scans, all of the things that they could send me through. And when they got done, he said, I can't diagnose you with any of the conditions that I've tested you for because you failed those tests. You don't meet the criteria for any diagnosis I can give you. I think I know what it is, but you're going to have to go to a rheumatologist. So he sent me to yet another rheumatologist, different from the first one. He walks into the office, he has me put my hands on the wall, and he starts pushing on my back, and he hits a spot, and I collapse to the floor. He was doing the trigger point test. But the third spot he touched, I went from standing up to I am on the floor crying. Just immediately. And so then that gave them the probable cause to give me a fibromyalgia diagnosis. And it's a mess. Yeah, Giovanna, I agree. She says the richest country in the world and its citizens have to go through what you're going through. It's disgusting. Yeah, absolutely. We agree. It reminds me of my son was diagnosed with autism in the 90s. No insurance company would cover anything for it. It's better now, but it was awful when you were trying to find treatments. Yeah, it is. So, and here's the thing. Because, what I don't get. Alright. So there are 3 treatments approved, FDA approved for fibromyalgia here in the United States. So this does not apply to outside of this country. Italy does have the same drugs, and they are treated, fibromyalgia patients in Italy are treated the same way. I do have a friend in Italy that has fibromyalgia, so we have had this discussion. When she first got diagnosed, she called me and she's in tears, wondering how to cope. And, the 3 drugs that they can treat you with here in the United States for fibromyalgia all have impacts on your serotonin levels. They are all SSRI medications, which is fine if that's something that would help you. So basically, they're antidepressants is the meat and potatoes of it. They are antidepressants is what fibromyalgia patients are being treated with to supposedly cure our symptoms. Because the majority of the fibromyalgia patients are women, we are marginalized when it comes to healthcare. Because we do not roll around on the floor acting a fool because we just have the common cold. We don't, make a big deal about getting sick. We don't seek treatment unless it's really, really bad. So they're assuming that this is not that bad because we're actually out here living, walking, and breathing, and still experiencing all of these symptoms. So therefore, it's not that important. Susan says it's because agreed by big pharma, insurance, and shareholders that our system is so screwed. Yeah, it absolutely is. Absolutely is. Jackie says you're so right. Yeah, hysteria. Hysteria was at one point a treatment that was applied to women because only women suffered from hysteria. It was not something that a man ever had to deal with going to the doctor and being treated for because it was not handled. Like, it was not part of it. So, yeah. Ask me my feelings about men's healthcare. Oh my goodness. All right. So, we have all of our strip sets done. Let me bring you guys off of that real quick. All right. So all of the strip sets are done. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to bring you guys over. We are going to cut our strip sets. I cannot show you my cutting table, but what I'm going to do, because this is going to be a long day today, so I'm going to go get another drink, and I'm going to put you guys on some music and put you guys on a Be Right Back screen. So do not panic. I will be right back. I promise. And you guys get to sit and listen to some good music for just a few minutes while I get everything set up and get ready. And we'll do the cutting, and then we'll come back over and do the sewing. So behave in the chat, you guys. Okay, please. please behave. All right, I'm going to go ahead and transition you guys over and get things swapped. Hey everybody, now I'm back. So I'm gonna grab my microphone. So this is the furthest away from my computer that I will probably ever be. So if I have trouble seeing the chat, I do apologize. I'm making it as large as I can. I'm gonna go one more place and make it even larger so that I can see it from across the room. And I hope you guys behaved. Please tell me you behaved. Okay, don't lie to me, but tell me you behaved. Oh my goodness. Susan says, before too much longer, I'll have to go get more stuff for my car. Food-wise, oh yeah, absolutely. I just welcome to the naughty time. Mark say from grocery shopping. You guys are so funny. You guys are so funny. Laura says that you have a PCP that I understand, or you have to have, yeah, absolutely, you absolutely do. Daughter was told her problem was all in her. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, but they just don't get it. They really, really don't get it unless they have it. And then even the doctors that have it. I mean, one of my doctors wrote a book on fibromyalgia and still did not help any. It did not help any because he was still trying to marginalize my experience. I'm like, no. We're not cool. Not cool at all. All right. So, once you've got all of these strip sets done, so in the piecing the blocks section of your pattern, I'm on page 3. It says piecing the blocks refer to diagram 1A. You sew the 2 light blue tonals, 2 medium blue, 2 white, and 1 medium blue to make that strip set. And then you've got to cut those apart. That is cut the same as your outside strip set. So that's what we're going to do. And then B is cut. Yeah, they're all of them are cut the same kind of sizing as the original strip sets. You had to answer your son in the time being. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I'm going to actually grab my hoodie real quick. My hoodie has been on my chair over here, but now I'm actually closer to the window, so I'm a little bit colder. It's supposedly 67 in my room, which is normally functional, especially in that half of the room, but in this section of the room, especially right next to the window, sometimes it's a little drafty. So we are going to go with a hoodie at the moment. All right, so I've got all of my strip sets over here and laid out. And I did put my A strip sets on top. So I'm going to grab them first. And if I could give you the measurements without, no sir, you're not getting the bottle until later. He likes the empty. So yeah, I'm sorry. If I could show you the measurements, I definitely would, but I cannot, so I'm not going to be. And we're going to see if we can lower that brightness down a little bit so it's not overwhelming to you guys, but still helps me a little bit. I love this light, you guys. It's got 2 light bars on it. It is LED, and it attaches to the edge of your table. So you like screw it into the edge of your table. So one thing I'm going to do, just to make my life simpler, I think. No, I am going to lay these completely out because I want to be able to see my seams. I'm not going to press these. It did not give any pressing instructions, so I'm not going to worry about it. We are just going to let it be more homespun, give it a little bit of homespun feeling to it. So I'm going to cut my strip sets and chat while I do it. These are all, the strip set cuts are all included in the instructions, in the free instructions. So you are not missing anything that I should be able to tell you, because I cannot tell you the instruction. I cannot give you the instructions. Yeah. Whatever I just said. Whatever it was I just said, that's what we're doing. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? And I'm not going to initially start by laying all my strip sets on top of each other. So I'm not going to be cutting through more than one strip set at a time, because nothing is pressed, I don't want to risk accidentally cutting a strip that I don't want to cut. Laura says, as I get older, I need more light to see everything. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm so proud of myself. I actually put all of my rotary cutters and rulers over here so that I don't have to go all the way around the room to get to everything. It is all right here. And my rotary cutter did not cut through everything, but I didn't press super hard either. So we're going to see how I do. Hand quilting now that I have the blinds open, says Susan. Awesome. Awesome. I do not have the patience for that at all. I really wish I did. I really do. But alas, I do not. And for all of you who wonder how I managed to sit to cut, I'm all choked up about it. I do, so most of the time I use my So Be It Quilts slide lock. This strip set is longer than my 14-inch ruler. So what I do, and you guys will see this a little bit more now that I'm pointing it out. I am using Streamlabs, I think. I can tell you for sure. Hang on. Yes, Streamlabs. No, sir, you're not getting anything. Go settle, please. Yeah, I'm using Streamlabs. And you can get Streamlabs for free, and then you can purchase skins. When I purchased my microphone that you guys see sitting here, this thing, when I bought it, it actually came with a few skins. So that starting now screen, the be right back screen, the transitions, all of that is built into the skin, the skin for it. So that's what I use. I've thought about buying some more skins. I kind of want some more, but I don't have the money for it right now. For me, it is pain in the hand, says Giovanni. Yeah, for the hand quilting or for the cutting. Because this can be hard to do too. I do have, I'm not going to use it today, I don't think. I use this more if I'm standing. You can get these from like Harbor Freight. I don't know that I've seen them at Walmart, but it has suction cups on either side. And when you lock these down, it pulls the suction cup up. And it's one of those hand rail pieces. So like if my walls weren't textured, or like if I had tile or something, I could put this up against the wall and have a hand bar. It always also works great on your rulers. So if you are standing to do this, then something like this will really help. I do not have the energy today to stand for doing this, so I'm not going to. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to force myself. So it's going to be what it's going to be. So what I think in the future, if I do this quilt again, I am going to take the time to press my seams, but I'm not going to bother with it now. But in order to sit and do this, I literally am laying from elbow to fingertip, or mostly elbow to wrist, is putting full weight on my ruler. So that is what is preventing my ruler from shifting on me. So I'm not going to have to worry about it. So I'm doing, the original quilt has 16 blocks, and you would need 32 of strip set A to do that. Since I am doing an additional 4 blocks, so I'm doing 20 blocks, I will need a total of 40 of those strips. Susan says, my now retired doctor told me that using my hands like I do is actually helping my hands when I hand quilt. Yeah, it does. I mean, if you don't use it, you lose it. if you can't get to the use it part, you really don't have an option. And that's where my problem is. I can't get through the use it part enough without pain to get to the lose it part. Giovanna says, great way to cut. Thank you. Giovanna says that she has one of those hand things for her French window. Yes. I do not know where I got mine. I actually have a couple of different sizes. So I've got that one. Let me see. So I've got that one. That one was from Harbor Freight. I've got this one from Gypsy Quilter. It is one suction cup. And it has a little indicator that will pop up as the suction cup gets loose. So it has a thing that says red means reattach. So if you look down and your little thing is red, then that means you need to redo your suction on your suction cup. And I'm not really fond of that one. I don't know why. Then I do also have a little mini one. And I don't know, this one's the little gripper. I don't know where I got it, but it's the Gypsy, I think, little gripper. Let's see. Yeah, the Gypsy Quilter, the little gripper. And so it's small, so it fits the smaller rulers. But I don't have as much grip space on it. So it's a little harder for me to use. Giovanna says, my problem is I go in a frenzy doing things and overdo things so it hurts. Yeah. And that's kind of my problem too, is I will get into, I definitely will do a lot at one time, trying to get so much accomplished, and then realize after the fact that I do not have the bandwidth to be able to handle it. All right, so that's 2 blocks worth. We will get some of these done. Let's see, did I press the strips? Nope, I did not. You can, and I would recommend that you press them, but I didn't. I am just going with, they're just going to lay the way that they're going to lay. And it'll look a little bit more homespun. And I think it'll all work out just fine. So yeah, I did not, I did not press. Nope, I did not, I have not used an iron at all today. The directions actually don't have anything about pressing. I have not, or I'll put it this way. If you find directions about pressing, tell me what page I'm looking for. Because I did not find any directions in there. Because I was going to press, which way do my seams need to go. There's nothing in there. Nothing in there at all. And maybe that's because it's flannel. Maybe they're figuring because it's flannel, you probably don't need to worry about pressing as much, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but there was nothing in there, so we're going to forgo the pressing and see how it comes out. You guys are going to learn from my experience. G says, I know I read them and couldn't find anything. Yeah, nope. I did not see any instructions for it at all on which way to press, or if there was any pressing instructions at all. So you guys are seeing something completely foreign, because you guys know me. I mean, I told you earlier, you have to pick yourself up off the floor, because I did not starch my fabrics before I started. I have not starched anything. I have not pressed anything. I did not press these fabrics. Oh, you found it. Oh, crap. There are instructions. Darn it. There's instructions and I missed them. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, no, I did not see them. You're going to have to tell me where I'm looking. Oh, my goodness. I feel bad now. You guys, there are pressings on band A up. Okay. Let's see, sew together as shown, make 4 to, let's see. I don't know, I don't see it. Make 4 band A's and cut into segments to make 32 unit 1s. I don't see it. I don't see it. It's in the planning section. Okay. That's probably where, because I didn't read the planning section. Need to clean the lint more regularly. Press seams so that they nest when units are joined. Oh, for example, press all the seams on band A up, then all the ones on band B down. Okay, that makes sense. It's hidden, isn't it? It is very much hidden. So, yeah, it was not intentional for me to miss it, but yeah, I missed that. So, yeah, if you are going to press, the recommendation from the pattern is to press all of your seams on one band one direction, press all the seams on the next band the opposite direction, and so on and so forth. Am I going to worry about it? Nope. Judy says I skipped that page. So did I. So did I. I completely skipped it. Alright, so I thought, no, I'm still not going to do it. I was like, well, you know what? I think I can cut the rest of these in one stack. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to put that much, let's see how it comes out into the mix. We're gonna stick with it. I'm just gonna keep going the way that I've been going. I'll cut one strip set at a time. That way I don't run the risk of running over the edges and running into the wrong seam allowances. So you guys have officially seen I have missed instructions. Now we just need to not miss instructions when it comes to the horse from Fab Farm, the Elizabeth Hartman pattern. Oh, I will tell you, I have reread those instructions lots of times, though. Lots and lots of times. So these are going to be fairly big blocks, you guys. How many of you guys love working with big blocks like this? How many of you love working with the bigger the block, the better? How many of you guys subscribe to that mentality? The bigger the block, the better. Because I'm not in that group. I will assure you. I am not in that group. I don't usually work with anything this big. Giovanna says, we're only human. Shh. Stop telling the secrets, Giovanna. We're going to pretend that we are not human. We're going to pretend that we're superheroes. We are allowed to be what we want to be. So we're going to be superheroes today. Giovanna says, I like tiny. Me too. I am totally normally a tiny person. Like a tiny quilter. Like I don't... This is like completely foreign. Judy says that she does. Right now she's making Millie's dresses and those are tiny. Yes. Millie's dresses are tiny. I've seen somebody working on those. I don't remember who I saw working on this, but I do remember seeing that, and that was tiny. I love working on tiny things. Jackie says if I have the ruler to square it up, then yes. Yeah, that's going to be the other challenge, is I do not have a ruler this big that can make the squaring up. Big blocks make things go faster, but I will admit that small blocks are fun. Yeah, small blocks are absolutely fun. I am not, this is foreign to me. You know, this quilt is going to come together super fast. I mean, only, 20 blocks to make a twin size quilt. So it's going to go together super fast. Once I get past all the strip sets and trimming and all of that, it's going to go together really, really fast. This is definitely not my normal. You guys know I'm not making this for myself, right? I have that finished but not quilted. Love Lori Holt patterns. Yeah. I have not done a Lori Holt pattern yet. That is kind of on my bucket list. I will add a Lori Holt pattern at some point. I have not added one yet to the stash, to the circulation, but I will get there. Giovanni says they are big. Mona is doing it with Lisa and Deb. Yeah. Well, they end up being big. I'm not used to doing big. That is not my normal. That's not my normal at all. I still think it's funny that my husband comes in and looks at these strips on the wall, because they were just strips at the time. They weren't even sewn together. They were just strips, and he's like, "What are you making, a uniform?" Jackie, this is my first Lori Holt pattern. Yeah, I have not done a Lori Holt pattern at all. I don't want to do Millie's dresses, though. It's not in my taste or my wheelhouse for Millie's dresses. I don't know what one of hers I want to do, but I do want to do one. That's not going to be that one. You'll get to the point that you throw nothing away, as some of the pieces can be as small as 3/4 of an inch. Yes. I do not throw anything away as it is, unless it is smaller than an inch. I will keep all the way down to an inch. All right, so I've got 2 strip sets cut, so we're going to see how many blocks I can do. 1, 2, let's see. That's 2 blocks. This is 3. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So I got 8 blocks out of that. So that means, well, I hope I have enough strip sets to do all 20. If I don't, I will have to recut for strip set A then. So if I'm getting 4 per strip set, oh, I do have enough. I will have enough. The Millie's dresses, yeah, I will not. Yeah, there's no way I'm doing Millie's dresses. It is not my taste. It's pretty. It's pretty. Don't get me wrong. It's a very pretty pattern, but it's not something I want to do. It's got to be something I want to do enough that I want to do it badly enough that I will inspire myself to do it. So, and that is not that pattern for me. But I am looking. I'm keeping my eyes out. You guys are welcome to spam me with pattern ideas for a Lori Holt pattern you think I would like, and that you think I would probably do. And especially if it's one you want to do, I do not mind. They're addictive. I've done 4 of her quilts. I love them all. I'm kind of getting that way about Elizabeth Hartman, because Fab Farm will be my second one of hers, and I do like her patterns. I just need some other patterns in my life. It's not that I don't want to do more Elizabeth Hartman. It's just that, I'm already going to be doing another Elizabeth Hartman, but I want to do other designers as well. Kind of spread my wings a little bit. I decided to do it with Mona and Deb. They just reminded me of my mom. Oh, yeah. I can totally see that. I can totally see that. All right, let's see. I'm going to have a big stack of strip sets over here, guys. Big stack of these A strip sets. All right. And the nice thing is, once we get all these strip sets cut, from all the different strip bands, as they're called in the pattern, once we get all the bands cut into these different units, they'll go together just the same way that the strips did to put the strip sets together, because they will be, I got a little off on that one, so we're going to trim down a little bit. They will go together in that same format, so you'll be able to grab the outside, with the next one, and keep going down. Jackie says, I was just going to say, they're so similar to Elizabeth Hartman and Lorna McMahon. Really easy to do. I have her produce pattern, so many tiny pieces. Yes, Patricia. Produce is really tiny. Art East also has goats in pajamas. I do have that pattern too. I was going to be making it for somebody, And now that is not going to happen. Like, that is not, it's not needed anymore. So I may still make goats in pajamas just so that I can say I've made it. And I don't know if I'm going to make the whole goats in pajamas or just make a block or two. But I will probably do something with goats in pajamas too. From Art East. They are very similar to Elizabeth Hartman and their tiny pieces. Not in my taste either, which is weird after making Daydreamer, a Tilda pattern, which is ladies in skirts and tunics. I used all Asian fabrics and prints when I did it last year. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. Lorna McMahon is with So Fresh Quilts, very similar to Elizabeth patterns. Okay, that makes sense. I hadn't seen her yet. I hadn't seen her patterns yet. Yeah, I'm always open to, you know, you guys suggesting things you'd like to see made. And then I'll pick something that, you know, I both fits in my wheelhouse, fits in my taste, enough to make. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a hard and fast, you know, I'm only going to make quilts that, you know, fall into these categories. I still have a Quilt Works to make this year too. I have the fabrics and everything. So you guys will get to see a Quilt Works come together too. I've got to wait until I get some of these other projects under control. Like get some of them out of the bins and get them to quilt tops and start quilting. You guys can see my long arm sitting here. This beast up here. She's called the Beast. So you guys can see the Beast. She does exist, I promise. She is alive and breathing. I just have not been using her a lot lately and need to get back to using her. So, have any of you already broken a New Year's resolution? Jackie says, ooh, that is my dream to do a Quilt Works. Yes. The one that I've got is, it's a double wedding ring. Go figure. It's a double wedding ring. But it's got points in it. Like it's a pointed star double wedding ring. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I'll have to pull it out. Susan says, I did order Elizabeth Hartman's Pandas and Sweaters pattern after watching Becca last evening sewing Mary's quilt top. Yes, absolutely. Giovanna says she is a beauty. Well, she is, but the name Beauty was already taken by my Bernina. That's also very, very beautiful. So we had to have a Beauty and the Beast. We have Beauty and the Beast, and then we have Ricky. Ricky is my 350 patchwork edition. 350. And it has Ricky Tim's decorations on it. It was a Ricky Tim's edition 350 patchwork edition from Bernina. Ricky is beautiful. She is so gorgeous. It's still a she, but she's wearing Ricky. That's why she's called Ricky. She's wearing Ricky. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. So yeah, the Beast can sew through basically anything. I just have to get some tension stuff going with her. She has not been liking me lately. So the last couple quilts I've done, my tension has been an issue. So I've got to fix tension issues before I do anything else with her. And I have not had time for trying to get the pattern out, the Tempter Rings pattern out, and get the New Year's Day Zoom going, get this quilt done, and then I will be able to get back to my regularly scheduled programming and actually have time to work with the Beast and get her tension corrected. She's still a girl. She's still a girl. We gotta have some girls on our side, right? Right? Are your machines girls or are they guys? Do you name your machines after girls or guys? Be honest. I mean, if you name your machines, do you name them girl names or do you name them boy names? Or do you name them whatever you want to? It's the abbreviation for Rachel. Oh, Ricky is? Okay. No, no, no. She's Ricky. She's not Rachel. She's Ricky. Ricky can be a girl's name. My beast is an older industrial singer made in South America in the 50s. Oh, yes, absolutely. All ladies, all girls. Jackie and Giovanna are saying that their machines are all girls. Yes. My long arm is Annabelle, says Judy. Awesome. I love that name. I love that name. I don't know, if I get another machine, I gotta come up with another name. I don't know if I'm ready for that. See, before I got the beast, Ricky was Beauty, and then my 770, my Beauty, it was the Beast. So now I have Beauty and the Beast are the new names, and then Ricky is, now has a new name as well. So, I had to rename my machines when I got the long arm. Susan says I have 3 Judy Niemeyer patterns that I have kitted up, that when I am back in my apartment and settled in, I can get those out and work on them one at a time. Absolutely. My featherweight is Josephine. That's a cute name. No room for a long arm unless I steal my husband's man cave. So, this table came with my long arm. So, my long arm is a sit-down long arm. So I can actually roll this chair around and put it over there. I can put my other chair over there. Whichever one I want to roll around and put over there. I could put my long arm in the table and sit to quilt. And that's how I've done a lot of the quilts so far, is I have sat to quilt them. But I came across somebody selling a cutie frame. And I happened to have the money available before someone else and beat them to it. And so the beast is on a cutie frame. The only problem that I have is I do not have a foot control adapter cord for the beast that will work. So I have to have the foot pedal up on the handles, because otherwise there's no reaching the foot pedal, and you can't just start her and let her run. You have to use the foot pedal to control her. She's not electronic at all. Jackie says, I love her patterns too. They're talking about the quilt works. Yes. Giovanna says, but I think if I give a name to my Bernina, she'll stop working from shock. Fair enough, Giovanna. Fair enough. We're not pulling out the smelling salts for your machine. My now retired Viking is Olga, brother is Bubba, and haven't named any of my singers the Janome or the Juki. Oh my gosh, you gotta name them. Jackie says, I considered it, but not enough room for even that. Jackie, steal it if he doesn't need it. Yes, there you go. You are getting support. You are getting the support from the crew to be naughty and do what you must to support your hobby. Naughty and hobby go together. Alright, one more strip set to cut, you guys. And I will have all of the strip sets cut for A, and then we'll go on to B, C, and D. She is 36/7 years old. Oh my gosh. Oh, I did not name my machines until I started being on YouTube, you guys. Or until I started, sewing with a group. I didn't bother naming my machines. And then I got up here and people were had their machines named. I'm like, oh, that's a thing apparently. Okay. Well, I guess I need to name my machines. So my machines did not get named until I got up here to Wyoming. They went nameless for so many years. I did not get the long arm until I was up here either, so the long arm kind of came with its own attachments and needs. For me, her name is Bernina. That works. He likes auctions too much and has it full. I need an auction to clear it out. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, it's hilarious and not hilarious at the same time, but it is hilarious. So I temporarily before I started my YouTube channel, I temporarily got moved out to the living room. Jackie says that her names are often after who she acquired them from. Awesome. That's a good way to remember them. That's a good way to remember their previous owners. Is repurposing the name. That's a sweet way to do it, too. If I bought it, then it's my choice. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I like Beauty and the Beast. It's not my favorite movie, so don't come at me. It's got to be the Disney version though, but I don't. Beauty and the Beast. My long arm is definitely a workhorse when her tension is working fine. And I think it's just a setting that I've made, an adjustment I've made to her. So I've just got to play with it. I've got to play with her. Who has a living room? I have 2 bedrooms and a kitchen and a bathroom. Oh. Well, I have a living room because we need it for my husband. But he has his office in the living room now where my studio would have been. And I would have been kicking him out to make him come in here while I took over the living room if I was running my YouTube channel out there. So he'd much rather me be cooped up in a smaller room than taking over the entire apartment. And with me being in here, he can be out there and get in the kitchen and all of that. So yeah. Have seen it so many times. It is definitely a favorite now. I'm confused. Seen what so many times that it's a favorite now. I confused. I'm the confused bus. I don't know what we've seen so many times now. Oh. We're almost there, you guys. I'm almost to the end. Ellie would be a good name for a long arm. Yes, it would. I know an Ellie, though, so I couldn't use that name. I know, personally know an Ellie. And so I did not want her to be offended. Because Beauty and the Beast, gotcha. That makes sense. Beauty and the Beast, my son is autistic and he watches it a lot. Yes. That is, amazingly enough, a very good movie for someone who is autistic. I don't know what it is about that movie, particularly. But that movie, I guess that maybe it's because it's black and white. It's the back and forth with everything. It's all black and white. Either it is appropriate or it's not appropriate. There's no gray areas of pushing boundaries or pushing limits. Maybe, I don't know. Is the abbreviation of elephant? Yes, it is. Yeah, I still don't think that. See, if I start, pardon my language, okay? You guys have been warned to pardon my language. If I start moaning, whining, and complaining about, so-and-so, and I call it Ellie, then I don't want that person to get offended, if that makes sense. And that was me managing to salvage my language. A friend named her featherweight Sassy. Her Juki is Julie. Oh, that's good names. I could totally see naming a machine Sassy. Totally could see that. I could potentially name a machine Sassy. Could totally see myself doing that one. All right. So the last of the outer blue strip sets for unit 1 are now cut. All right, there we go. And let's see. So I had 8 before. So this will make 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 blocks. Okay. We'll figure this out. If I end up running out of blocks, we'll figure this out. Maybe if I gave my long arm, we would finally become friends, but we're not there yet after 4 years. Oh no, Pam. You need to be friends with your long arm. You guys need to be friends. All right. So strip set B is also blues, mostly blues. And there's supposed to be 2. You're, of course, cutting 2 per thing. So we're going to see. Juki's name will be Jolene. Oh. I heard a joke the other day about that. And I don't remember exactly what it was. So when I figure out the joke, when I come back to the joke, I will definitely tell you guys what it is. All right. These are cut that size. All right. We can do this. We can do this. And I was supposed to make 2, and I made 3, that's accurate. And I need 40 cuts total. So I should be able to easily get these. That's going to bother me if I don't have enough of those strip sets, you guys. You know what? I'm going to recount. We're going to recount. All right. It's 1 block. 2. Because you need 2 of these for each one. All right, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks. Maybe I got more before. All right, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, I got the ones I need. Hadn't thought of that name for my Juki, says Susan. Yeah, absolutely. That's a cool name. That is a very cool name for a Juki. Jolene. Oh my goodness. I think it was something like, I think the joke was something along the lines of somebody built a house on, yeah, it is from Dolly Parton's song. Jude may be a good Juki name. Yeah, Hey Jude. Oh, I would totally be singing that all the time, Pam. Yes, absolutely. Hey Jude. So I think the joke was that somebody built this house and they built all the floors at an angle. They were making it for this guy named Joe. And, you know, they were doing it because it would make Joe lean. Sorry. I think that's what it was. I think. Don't quote me. It's something like that. Giovanna. Hey, Jude. Yes. Hey, Jude. Oh, gosh. I want to sing, and I can't sing. I'm horrible at singing, you guys. But that is totally wanting me to make me sing. Pam, you were evil. That was fantastic. Good job. Good job. So evil, but good job. Gigi's laughing at me. Jolene stole her man. Yes. Well, technically, now there's a whole lot of spin-offs on that song, the Jolene song. Because there's a good possibility Jolene did not know that was Dolly's man. So there's like a spin-off on, maybe you should name her Jasmine. Oh, that would be a good name too. Very beautiful name. I always associate that one with really like pretty things. Jasmine is always a pretty name to me. Actually, Aladdin was my favorite movie growing up. For me, she can keep him, right, Giovanna? Oh my gosh. Pam's daughter's name is Jasmine. That's awesome. You picked my favorite name. Now I will say this: when I thought I was having a daughter, we thought what ended up being my son was going to be a daughter, and the name was going to be Alexis. That was the name we had chosen, and that was the name we could both agree on. I'm not sure if I would still use that name now, like if I were to have a daughter like now, or naming a daughter now. I don't know if I would use that name. But I definitely wanted it back then. Almost 20 years ago. Alright, so these strips are a lot smaller. Get a lot more units out of this. Alright. That's one block. So I need to cut enough for 20 blocks. So you guys get to help me keep track. So I'll cut one block. Because I will probably have strip left over at the end of this. Because I knew I wasn't going to need full strips for all the others. Her name comes from Jasmine is Sweet and Has Many Loves by Thomas Hood. She was born before Aladdin. Yeah. I do like the name from the movie though. That's where I grew up knowing it. I did not have any friends named Jasmine growing up though. Alright, got enough for 2. So you guys are going to help me keep track, right? So every 2 cuts gives me a block. Alright. The last time I tried to have somebody help me count, they started counting all the odd numbers. I mean, totally trying to get me off track. Alright, that's 3. Alright. So you guys get to keep track now. Just saying. You guys have a job now. You're going to hang out. You got to have a job. No, just kidding. Giovanna says, same thing happened to me with my son. He was going to be Jessica. Then when I had my daughter, I gave her Isabel. Yeah. If I had been born a boy, my parents did not find out if I was a girl or a boy. If I had been born a boy, my name would have been Adam. When my son was born, Days of Our Lives was big, and if he'd been a girl, I wanted to name him after Marlana. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's crazy. Alright, I guess that's block 4. Alright, let's see. We're going to see how many of these I get out of each strip. So this will also tell you too, if you're doing extra blocks, how many you can get. I didn't never watch Days of Our Lives as a kid. It really wasn't a kid's show, but when I was homesick, it was Price is Right. Price is Right for days. Alright, I guess that's blocks. What block am I on? That was another block. I think that was 6 maybe? Am I right? Is 6 the right number? I got the female version of my papa's name. Yeah. Well, Debbie over in Quilt Effect was named Debbie after Debbie Reynolds, and I was named Tammy after the character that Debbie Reynolds played. That was where my name came from. How you pronounce that shows just how long ago that was. Yes. Because I have no idea. We never could agree on a boy's name while expecting my second child. Gave her a Welsh name. Third baby, we came up with a boy's name. On the way to the hospital, had second daughter who was an Irish name. Awesome. Alright, I think that's 7. You guys tell me if I'm counting correctly. I don't know that I don't know what I would have named if we really didn't do a lot of talking about my son's name. My mother's favorite movie was Tammy. Yep. It was my dad's favorite. Tammy and the Doctor, and, you know, all the Tammy and the Bachelor, you know, all of those movies. Yep. That's where my name came from. The Tammy movies. Alright, maybe this is block 8. Am I on track, you guys? Am I going to have to go back and count? Are you helping me keep track of how many blocks I've made? How many blocks I've cut worth? Alright, that's a half. Alright. Hadn't seen anything in the chat yet, so we're going to count. Alright. Falling down a job. Alright, 2. Alright, that's 2 blocks. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Judy Garland. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. That's what I think of when I think of the name Judy, is I think of Judy Garland. So I got 7.5 blocks cut out of one strip. So I don't know if this was the right, yeah, just barely was the right number for, yeah. I'm just trying to think if, you know, we were doing this regular and I wasn't adding anything. She was a beauty too, says Jackie. Yes. Judy was definitely a beautiful lady. She was a beautiful actress. I'm proud of myself. My husband was watching White Christmas the other day. He does not stop watching Christmas movies because Christmas is over. He's watching White Christmas. And I walked by and I looked for just a minute at what he was watching. And I actually knew what movie he was watching. Like I was able to ask him to confirm. And yeah, I was right that he was watching White Christmas. Oh. I did not grow up watching that, but he definitely loves it. And Giovanna says they were all beautiful. Yes, they were. And beauty has such a different standard nowadays. Beauty is not the same as what it was when our leading ladies of cinema were paving the way for us. Things have gone way off track. Alright, so that's block 8. Alright, so you guys gotta keep me on track, right? So we're at block 8. I still got 12 to do or so. Alright. I cry watching Christmas films. Yeah, absolutely. My mother was pregnant when John Kennedy was assassinated in 1963, and I was named after his wife when I was born in April of 1964. I do not doubt that. I do not doubt that, Jackie. I bet there were a lot of Jackies born within that first year or two. A lot of girls born in that first year or two were named Jackie. I'll put it that way. Alright, that's block 9, I think. Alright. Yeah, I could totally see that. I could totally see that. My husband was born before John Kennedy was assassinated. But he wasn't old enough to even remember it. Like he grew up remembering the aftermath of it. Like he was little. He was baby. He was baby. Still in diapers, baby. So he got told about it. My parents were old enough, but my husband was not. I do not know what block we're on, so I gave up counting. Not as many girls named Jackie as you think, but to tell the truth, it's kind of coming back. I think, yes, it is. Some of the older names are coming back. And that happens, kind of in every generation, where we bring back a grandmother's name or a great-grandmother's name or something like that. Giovanna says that she was 3 when it happened. Yep. No, I wasn't old enough. My My cousin is called Jacqueline. She is older than me, says Giovanna. Oh my gosh. One Jackie in all those years. Yeah. You just, they didn't crop up around you. When I was in school, Christy, or Christina, Ashley. Oh my gosh. There were tons of Ashleys. Jennifer. Trying to think what else was popular. Lisa was popular. I think Lisa, Jennifer, and Ashley were the 3 most popular names around me when I was growing up. And I was always mad because I did not have a popular name. I did not know another Tammy where her name was actually spelled the way mine was until my brother met a girl that he started dating also named Tammy. The only other Tammy that I knew growing up, the only other one, her name was actually Tamara. And she shortened it to Tammy, T-A-M-I, instead of the T-A-M-M-Y spelling. Yeah, I was so jealous. I wanted a popular name, and I definitely did not have a popular name. And everybody always asked me how to spell it, too. Everybody always asked me how to spell my name. Because nobody, they hear Tammy, and then they think that it's short for Tamara, and it wasn't. Dawn, Sherry, and Lori. Oh, yeah, Lori was definitely popular for a while. Says Judy, you're correct. I knew a lot of people that had that named their girls those names. Yeah. Giovanna says, my daughter Isabel was the only one in my city with her name for 15 years. Ah! Jackie says, I had a friend in high school named Tammy. Yeah, I did not have the lady named Tammy. She and I are friends now. The girl that my brother dated. Like, he dated her once. Like, I mean, it was not a long-term thing. They did not hit it off that well. But she was the only one that I ever knew with my name. That was it. I tried to go by Becky for a while. My middle name is Rebecca. So I tried to go by Becky for a little while. Because that was more popular. I totally wanted to change my name. I was all about, using my middle name instead. All right, we're going to have to count after I get done with this because you guys hadn't been helping me count. My name here in Italy is very common, and they also have my surname. Oh my gosh. That's rough then. I mean, I would like to have a popular first name and an uncommon last name, I think, maybe. Susan says a childhood friend's mom was expecting shortly after JFK was killed. She was carrying twins, boy and girl. The girl was named Jackie and her son was John. My first name was the most popular in the mid-50s. Oh my gosh. Carol, yes. Carol was definitely another one. I do know a Carol. I know probably a couple of Carols. Not my age, but older. I don't think I know a single Carol that is my age. I don't think I do. I don't know a lot of people my age, but I don't know of any Carols that are my age. Lisa, Ashley, and Jennifer are the most common names that I come across that are about my age. So, all right, let's see where we're at. Let's see how many we got. All right, so I think I got up to 9 in this stack. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I got 9 in this stack. 9 in that stack. So we're going to add 2 more to make it even 10, so I don't have to recount it ever. All right, so that one's 10. All right, 1. They're stuck together. They're flannel, guys. They're stuck together. All right, that's 2. That's 3. That's 4. Yeah, 2, 3, 4. 5. Okay, so I'm doing a total of 20 blocks. So I need a total of 5 more blocks worth. Okay, so I get to do 10 cuts. Let me get this thing off my computer screen real quick that just popped up that I don't need. There we go. Okay, so now it's out of the way. So I can see you guys again. Kind of. I can see the chat again. Alright. Alright. So if you are cutting these and you have extra strips, you can always repurpose these strip sets for the back of the quilts. Or you can put them into another quilt, which is what will probably happen with these. So do not throw things out when you get done with them. Hang on to them until you decide if you're going to use them for the back or if you need to substitute anything in or anything like that. I know this is the boring part because you guys can't see me cutting. I don't think you can you? Can you guys see me cutting? Is this boring? I apologize if it is. I'm trying not to be boring, I promise. I still have 2 more strip sets to cut down to get all the strips ready. Alright. I gotta make a total of 10 cuts. 2. You can see me cutting. Okay. Good deal. Good deal. Having popular name was so fun growing up. 5 seasons in my 5th grade class. All of us had the same middle name, and 4 of us had the same last initial. Oh my gosh! Make a bag to put the quilt in. Yes, that is actually what I probably need to do. Because I did mention that. Because it is going to get a lot of travel back and forth. So yeah, that is absolutely what I should be doing with it. Alright, so that's 4 cuts. Alright, this is going to be 5, and then I'll have 5 more cuts to do, and this strip set will be done. There's 1. You're not boring. We can see you cutting. Awesome, Judy. Thank you. You guys are so far away from me, because my computer's all the way over there. They call the kids with the certain name. Yeah, that's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. And I think that might be why my parents didn't want to use a popular name. But I wanted a popular name. I really did. I wanted to be a little less out there. You know what I mean? I didn't want to be the one person everybody knows with this name. A zipped pillow. No, he won't use that. I know that much. He wouldn't use that, I don't think. I mean, I guess I could ask him if he would use it, but I don't think he will. Because it's got to be something he can use. I could make the case to put it in zippered. Some names were not fun to have. My maiden name was Osborne. I was asked more times in the 70s if I was related to Ozzy. That I believe, too. That I definitely believe. So my last name now is kind of a popular last name. It's the first time I've actually had a very popular last name. And, you know, so when somebody hears my last name, oh, do you know so-and-so? Nope. Nope, I don't. I do not know them. Giovanna says, it's better to be unique. Well, I would still be unique. I just would be unique with a more easily pronounced or spellable last name. Or spellable name. My last name now is easier to spell, or is easier to convince people of the spelling than my maiden last name. My maiden last name is awful for people to try to spell. It's not bad, but it's one of those names that you think everybody should be able to spell it and nobody can. This before everyone thought he was so lovable. Yeah, that's true. I bet. Because he was kind of a rebel, if I'm not mistaken. The pillowcase I meant to hold the quilt. Yes. Oh, make it a zippered pillow? Yeah, I definitely probably could. Because then, you know, when he gets done and wraps it up to bring it home, it'll be in its own zippered case. So that would work really well. Alright. So there's all of those. Alright, 40 of those because there's 20 blocks and you gotta have 2 per block. Alright, so now we are down to C. All right, C is even smaller cuts than what B was. So we'll get more out of these too. And I might not have even needed to might not have even needed to make a second pack for, or second strip set for D, but it's done. It's made. It's made. It ain't going nowhere. And if I have extra backing fabric too, I will line the case with the backing fabric, because then there won't be exposed seams anywhere. Because again, I'm thinking about the fact that this is going to a guy, and I want it to be as wash and wear as possible. Welcome in, Alicia. She says, "Hey, my friend, Quilty Bird. Yay. Welcome, welcome. Long time no see. Glad you are here, sweetheart. Glad you are here." Did you watch the New Year's Day mystery? Did you watch that? Because I was looking for you, because I think they called your name. If you registered for the New Year's Day mystery over Stitch in Heaven, I think they called your name. And I was looking for you, hoping you would be there to redeem your prize. My last name means House of God, and Giovanna is God is Gracious. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so you've got a God is Gracious and House of God. You're biblical, Giovanna. That's what it is. You're biblical. That is exactly what that means. Is you're biblical from your name to everything else. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure to put anyone under. Oh. You watched some of it, says Alicia. Awesome. Well, we've been missing you over here. We've been missing you. Been thinking about you. Oh. All right. My rotary cutter might need to change the blade. I didn't change the blade on this one. I changed the blade on the 60 millimeter. So when I was cutting these out, the key to laying your fabric out and cutting straight when you're cutting through 4 layers of flannel at the same time is to make sure that you have a very sharp blade and you are patient with yourself. I haven't been to church in years, says Giovanna. Oh my gosh. Susan says, my maiden name was very uncommon and was often misspelled. First married was simple, but was often misspelled. Current last name is spelled as it sounds, but people still ask how to spell it. Okay, my last name is 3 letters. So it is incredibly easy to spell. And I have to tell them like something to associate it with so that I don't have to spell my name. Like, it's longer to tell them how to spell my name than it is to say or write my name. Let's see. Holidays were busy, but now I am off and running and back to quilting. Yay! That's exciting. Glad to have you back. Glad to have you back. I got fuzz in my nose, guys. All this flannel. All this flannel. Ah! So, all right. I think I might have this done by tomorrow. If I'm just going to quilt straight lines on it. Because these blocks will go together super easy once we get the strips cut. This is the part that takes forever. And it would take less time if I wasn't talking. And it would take less time if I was standing up to cut. If I could handle standing up to cut. But I can't today. I already know I can't. So we're doing what will work for... what will work for the long haul. What will work for the long haul. So don't ever feel bad about making accommodations for yourself when it comes down to your crafts and hobbies. You always want to make sure that you are doing what you need to do for your body and your abilities. And don't ever let anybody make you feel bad for needing to do it. Because, I mean, people are like, I can't sit and cut. I have to. I don't have a choice. If I want to get things cut, if I wanted to cut like all of my if I want to cut all my scraps up, there's no way I can stand and cut for 30 minutes. I mean, I'm going to have to sit to cut my scraps up. So, you know, I know me. I know what I can and cannot do. So I'm not going to feel bad for what I can't do. I'm laying these out in sets now that I've got room on my table to do this. So I'm not having to count as much. So I'm going to be able to cut 5 sets before I move this. Alright, so that's 5 sets. Alright, so that's 5 blocks worth. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. So set 1 is off. So I just need 4 of those. That's how we're going to do this. Since I need 20, we're just going to do 4 sets of 5. That's going to be the simple way to do it. And I think because I didn't press anything, I'm going to be able to fudge it a little bit to get these to fit together. I usually sit in front of the TV to do any of my crafts. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if that's what you need to do or you want to do, then do it. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you're not burning your fingers or cutting your cutting your fingers, burning your fingers, doing the destructive things, then you're good. You're absolutely good. Alright, I'm going to move my strip set up just a hair so I can reach it and stretch it just a little bit. I'm stretching it out to get the seams to line up so that they're not all super wonky. They'll be a little wonky, but not bad. Judy says I'm envious of the people that can sit and cut. I have to. I wish I didn't. Like, I wish I could stand and cut. But I get so exhausted so fast that you guys would never see me cut on camera if I had to stand and cut for everything. I mean, and I've had to make adaptations to do this. And that's part of the reason I don't do a lot of big blocks. A lot of my blocks are small. They are, I mean, this is the biggest block I've done in forever. And, I mean, it's, let me see. It's over 16 or something like that. It's like, it's huge. I am not used to doing something this big. Because, again, it's hard to sit and cut something this big. So, part of the reason I do a lot of small is because I have to sit and cut. I mean, I can sit, if I've got a comfortable chair, I can sit for hours. I mean, I might have to get up and move and adjust and all of that. And you guys don't see a lot of what I end up doing, when I'm off camera or whatever with, sitting and adjusting and all of that. Because I'm focused on talking. But, yeah, I mean, this chair that I'm in is a mesh chair. So it doesn't hold in any heat. Too bad I don't have a stripology ruler. It sure would speed up that process. Yeah, I mean, for something like this, it probably would. But I have not been able to invest in it yet. It is out of my budget at the moment. I wish. I would have had to have bought it probably before Christmas. Or before I found out that I was going to have insurance issues. Judy says too short legs, short arms, and then my back hurts if I sit too long or stand too long. Okay, so the sitting part. So the chair that I'm normally in, the chair with the arms that you guys normally see me in, that is that chair is the skate chair available through Staples. It is an office chair. It is mesh back, mesh bottom. And then ultimately completely adjustable height. I've even replaced the hydraulics in it. And I do have to have a foot thing underneath my feet. This chair is also completely mesh. It has no arms to it, but it is completely mesh. This chair is a little short for this table, so it's not my favorite chair. But it works, so I don't have to pull that other chair over. But again, it's a mesh chair, so I'm not hitting pressure points. And that has been how I found chairs that work for me. I cannot have a chair that has or that gives me any kind of pressure points, because then I will be hurting in no time flat. If this was like one of the dining room chairs that we have, I could not do this for 30 minutes without hurting. So I would already be done for the day because I could not do it. With the mesh chairs, because they don't do any pressure points on my body, I can do this for a while, thankfully. I've thought about, if I have to go back to work, what kind of chair I'm going to be able to sit in, because most workplaces don't have chairs that will not hurt me. They do not have it. I feel like Andrea's over there judging me. You need the Stripology roller, lady. You really need the Stripology roller. And I totally feel it. I feel it. Like, that would be awesome. I've thought about, wanting the Stripology ruler. It's been on my wish list, and just, it has not been in my budget to add it to my repertoire. So yeah. And I would still have to sit here and hold it like this too to be able to do this. Like I'm leaning full on it. How tall are you, Judy? I know we were having a discussion about height earlier. And we were having that discussion. I'm trying to think. Because if you can get the chair up high enough in relation to the table. My sewing chair has a mesh back but not seat. I use gel-filled wheelchair cushion on my seat. Yeah, I cannot do the gel-filled ones without hurting, because they still will form a pressure point. Alright, that's my second stack. So I got 2 more stacks to go. Oh my goodness. Alright, just an email. Nothing important. It's like, why is my watch and my phone going off? My phone is vibrating. It's plugged in, volume's turned off. 5'4", but actually now 5'2". Okay, so I'm 5'4" still. I haven't lost my height yet. But I think at 5'2", you'd still be able to make some adjustments. Alright, I am going to take my hoodie back off. I am warmed up again. You guys get to see all the fuzzies that it might be hanging out on my hoodie. Or hanging out on my shirt now. Oh. The nice thing is when we get to strip set D, we only have to cut 1 per block. We don't have to cut 2 per block. And I definitely need to replace this rotary cutting blade. So if you've not done so yet, replace your rotary cutting blade. This is your reminder. I replaced my needle on January 1st, but today is the day to replace your rotary cutting blade. If your rotary cutting blade is not cutting cleanly, it is time to replace. And just be careful as you replace it. I don't want to hear about ER visits. I mean, if you have an ER visit because of it, you can tell me, but I don't want you to have to. Not cool. Not cool. All right. There's 2. And let's see. So is anybody actually going to have spaghetti today? Since today is National Spaghetti Day, is anybody actually going to have spaghetti today? Today is the spaghetti day. Susan says, I'm going to say goodbye. There's a Zoom that started 15 minutes ago. I should be on. Hope to see the finished quilt top on your Facebook page, Tammy. Absolutely. Thank you for being here, Susan. I appreciate it. I know a lot of people are hosting their Zooms today. If they're not hosting them today, they'll be hosting them tomorrow. I've been out of the Saturday circuit for a bit, so I understand. Judy says no. Might not work. Okay. Let's see. I replaced needles, blades, and cleaned my machines before starting this project on New Year's Eve. Yes. Fantastic. Yeah, I replaced the 60 millimeter rotary blade, but I did not replace the 45 because I did not use it the other day. So if I'd used it the other day, I would have replaced it then. Oh, you're not having spaghetti. That's what it is. Andrea is having pasta, but not spaghetti. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. You guys didn't get a whole lot of warning anyway, so it's okay. It's okay. All right. Woohoo! We are getting there, you guys. We're getting there. I am seeing my stack pile up. We are getting our strips cut. And yeah, this is going to be nice and cozy too. This will be nice and cozy. All right, so there's strips for 5. That's another 3. So we're at 15. So I got 5 strip sets to cut. And so we will just barely cut into the last strip set. Not going to cut far into it, but we're going to have to cut into it. Because I'm going to need more than 10 inches. So, and I only have, I don't know how many inches I got left. All right. There's one. Oh, there's a kid out there playing with a skateboard. And amazingly enough, my dog is not barking. He does not like the kids rolling around on the skateboards. Something about skateboard wheels. I do not know what it is. Does anybody else's dog get triggered by skateboard wheels? He's fine with roller skates. He's fine with roller blades. He's fine with wagons. He's not okay with roller skate or with skateboard wheels. Had a potty break and feed time for the babies. Absolutely, Giovanna. I get it. I get it. This is going to be a long live today, you guys. I'm sorry. I didn't realize how long this was going to be. I should have realized. You guys tell me if I need to call it quits for the day. You guys tell me. If I do, I will. If I need to call it quits, I will absolutely do it. You guys can tell I'm getting tired. Probably. Alright, there's 3. Yeah, we are just barely going to cut into this last strip set. Because I will be able to get 4 out of the 5 out of this. So I will need just 1 block. Judy says, you're fine, I'm sewing too. Awesome. Oh, Giovanna says, finish cutting. Okay, I will. I will finish cutting. And then you guys will see a finished quilt by tomorrow. Mike says, yay, just finished another project. Thanks for keeping me company, Tammy. Oh, you're so welcome, Mike. So welcome. Glad you're still hanging out. Thank you, sir. I'm just over here thinking that I probably need to call it quits because you guys are getting quiet on me. Yes, Giovanna, I agree. She says, you were quiet, Mike. He was very quiet. He was scarily quiet. Too quiet. That's the, you check on the toddler because they're too quiet. Kind of quiet. He was that quiet. All right. So we're going to trim off our selvages again. Just to be able to cut 2 strip sets. 2 units. And there go the skateboarders again. I hear them again. Scarily quiet. Up to no good quiet. Yes! Exactly. Up to no good quiet. When my son was quiet was when there was a problem. So I went to go pick him up from daycare one day. And my son was not the type to take the nap during the day. Like, all the other kids would lay down and take their naps. You know, they'd be good little kids and take a nap at daycare. My son was not ever that child. He was never that child. Jackie says, when I get quiet, I'm off throwing laundry in the washer or such. I respect lose the power by morning, so trying to get prepared. Yes. Yeah, you might lose power. You're absolutely right. So when my son would get quiet, you know, I knew he was up to no good, but he was never the type to take a nap. I go to pick him up one day at daycare, and they are bragging on him that he took a nap. And I said, you are talking about my child, right? And they're like, yeah, your child. He took a nap. I said, uh-huh. I said, okay, where is he? Because I got there right as nap time was ending. So they went to go get him up from nap. He wasn't asleep. He'd gotten into the washable markers and had colored his arms and legs to match his outfit. So he was the up to no good kind of quiet. So I have a fairly long piece. This is folded in fourths. So I have a piece big enough to do an entire side of a case for this quilt. All right, so now we just need 20 of these. That is all we need. 20 strips from this, and then we will take a quick break, and then I'll come back and we'll lay things out, because I'll move you guys back over. We'll lay things out and we'll start sewing. We'll be sewing again. I promise. I promise. I promise. Okay. I think there's 2 kids out there maybe skateboarding, but I only see one right now. So I don't know. All right. So this one's going to be cut at the very smallest measurement. So when you're looking at these strip sets, the outside strips, the big strips that you see, that's what strip or unit 1 was cut at, was to match that size. Unit 2, which was the second one we cut, is cut matching the next one in. And then, we're going further down as we go. So, it actually matches all up. So it's very symmetrical, which is really kind of cool. Really cool. Giovanna says, I'm so tired from my shopping today that I can't even move. Hey, there we go. So you're just sitting. You're just hanging. That works. That's how come I got you so long. Jackie says, mine colored his face and arms purple, about 8 years old. All you could see was his teeth and eyes, but usually it was tiger stripes. That's funny. So I was so proud of the outfit he was wearing that day because it was brand new, still clean, no holes. When you have a boy, a roughhousing boy, that is like a major accomplishment. And it was a play outfit. So he was, it was comfy for him to wear, but then it still actually looked good, which was crazy because that never happened to any of his clothes. Like he was not the keep it looking nice and pretty kind of boy. He was definitely a rough and tumble, get into stuff boy. And so when he colored himself, he colored his arms and legs, and he did get some of his face. Giovanna's laying in bed, actually. That makes sense. But he colored his face, his legs, and his arms, and he matched the shade of green to his outfit. I was so proud of him for matching this green of his outfit to the color of marker he chose. Still didn't help the fact that he really didn't need to have done that, but he was so proud of himself. It was kind of funny. Oh. Alright, there's 2 of the 2 of the 20 blocks that we need. They always say when a kid is quiet, it's trouble. Yes. Silence is golden unless you have a toddler. When you have a toddler, silence is no longer golden. Silence is that scary state of mind that you end up being in. All right, so got 3. And these are the tiniest ones. They are really, really small compared to what I was expecting them to be, but that's okay. Especially for flannel. Decky's wishing you feel better soon, Giovanna. All right, there's 4. And we are on our last for this 5, because I'm counting them in 5s. Counting them in 5s. All right, so there's 5 of the 20 we need. All right, next time, let me say an autistic son, even if he's adult, means the same. I bet. I think anybody when they get quiet is concentrating too much and is probably getting themselves into all kinds of predicaments. Whether it's positive, successful predicaments, or it's we're going to need a bath or shower later kind of predicaments. Oh. My husband actually, he's kind of the opposite, at least now. If he's quiet, he's fine. If he's not quiet, that's when I'm usually got to worry about what he's getting into. He's turned the tables on me. If he's quiet, he's fine. If he's not quiet, that's when I got to worry. That's when I got to figure out what he's doing. Giovanna says I was out from 11 till 4:30, and that was too much for my knees. Just took a painkiller. Yeah, that's a lot. That is definitely a lot of being out and about. 8 and about. I almost cut these at the wrong size, you guys. I was almost about to go back up to the size I was just cutting on the last strip set. I gotta remember what size I'm cutting. Alright, there's 4. And this will be 5, so this will give me 10 strips. I may not even need that second D strip. That D band. I might not need it. Because, I've already got half of my blocks cut now. And I just now pulled it off the edge of the table. My back cannot take those concrete floors. A long day makes me miserable. I sure understand. Yes, I can't take concrete floors at all. My feet and my back will scream. I don't typically go any places that I can't get one of those electric wheelchairs or take my own electric wheelchair with me. Especially if there's a chance I'm going to be standing for any length of time. I don't. Now, I do get pressure points on my wheelchair. Like, I still get those. So, it's not a be-all and end-all, but it's better than trying to stand and force myself through. Guys, we are almost there. I cannot believe this. I really think I have enough flannel to do this, but it will be scrappy. Yes. So, what my suggestion is, if you're going to do it as scrappy, look at the band pieces that you need to cut. So, go to page, let me pull it up. Let me look at it. Okay. All right. On the cutting instructions on page 3, go to that, and you're going to see, all right, so 8 strips blank for band A, because you're making 4 of band A. Make sure, if you can't do the 8 strips with the fabric for band A, to have that fabric the same all the way through for every part that you need that color. Then you make sure that that strip is the same throughout all of it. So we'll go over that too closer to the end, because the way it's going to weave in through, you want it to look continuous. So like, let's say you can't do all 8, but you could do 4 and get your other pieces that need to continue through the quilt, then that's what you need to shoot for. You need to make, the stripes continuous. So you may have to play with your coloring a little bit. I was in elementary too many years, too much sitting on the floor with the kids. My hips and lower back hate me for it. I sit on the floor with my dog. I sit on one of those little seat cushion things that has the cutout at the back for your spine. I have to sit on that to sit on the floor. Does it have to be with the fabric? Probably, because you're trying to cut an entire like strip set. I mean, if you want to figure out your squares that you're going to have to cut, you can do that too. It's just a lot more trying to figure that out. So when you start seeing this come together, this band, so if you look at the picture, if you can continue this band through like 4 blocks, if you're going to do four blocks wide by 4 blocks tall, then as long as you can cut enough of this to go the width of or to go 4 blocks tall or 4 blocks wide, then I guess you'd be okay. So like this widest fabric that you've got to have is used in strip, or the lightest color is used in unit A or strip or band A, and then it's used in, so it comes out to unit 1. You want all of your unit 1s down the length of your quilt to be on the same colorway. So you don't want to change the look of the plaid throughout the quilt. You want to keep that one fabric going throughout the entire thing. All of mine are print, so it'll be allowed, but it'll be consistent. Yeah, the consistency is going to be the key to making this. It's not necessarily going to be print or not print. It's going to be the consistency. And I would love to see what you come up with, because I totally could see me redoing this quilt. I mean, it feels like it's a lot of cutting, and like right now it does, but I could totally see redoing this quilt with lots of different colors. Welcome in, my traveling gypsy tarot. Welcome, welcome. If you can tell me a name, I will call you by that instead of trying to pronounce your whole YouTube handle every time. I do not mind. I try to learn everybody's name. I may not always be successful, so if you're not in my chat all the time, I may have to ask you a couple of times. Ah, you're from Greenland Quilter. Yay! So she sent you over here. Thank you to Katie for sending you over. Thank you. You are Teresa. Thank you. Well, nice to meet you, Teresa. Glad to have you over here. So today what we're working on, in case you are wondering, is there is a link in the description box below the video. It is to a free quilt that you can download the pattern for, or free quilt pattern that you can download from APQS. That is in the description box below the video. And you will get all the instructions for all of this. So I can't give you measurements on the channel because it is not my pattern. But it's free. So you absolutely can go download it, and you're not out any money to join in if you want to make it. So I am actually done cutting all of my blocks. So I'm going to put these over here. Let's see. Jackie says, I'll look at the pattern after your show and look what I have in my stash. I know for sure I have yards of at least 2 prints and 1 solid. The rest I'll have to look and see what I have. Absolutely. And you could actually combine this with some non-flannels too and be able to get away with it. You absolutely could do that. Now I did not cut my greens. I don't think. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I cut my greens. So I'm going to go ahead and set these over here. I'm going to bring you guys back to the music and the Be Back Soon. so that I can get everything swapped over, and let's get back to sewing. How does that sound? You guys want to get back to sewing? Because I want to get back to sewing. So we are ready now. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and swap you guys over. Be good in chat, please. Please behave. All right, let me grab my music. There we go.
Down the street with your red lips and funky beat, you better hold your head up to the sky. I'm gonna roll with you till the day I die.
All right, we are back. Yay! I love it. Giovanna says she's doing bed yoga with the music. That's fantastic. I love it. Jackie says she's working around the house, getting ready for an ice storm. Quick break, but I need to go full jugs in case we lose the power. Then we lose the water. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I totally get it. All right, so first thing I'm going to do so you guys can see the strip sets. I'm going to go ahead and put a block up on the wall. As the way it's going to go. Now, none of my strip sets are pressed, so I'm going to have to pin it. It's not going to stay. My block is not going to like me. And we are going to ease in any kind of like, if I didn't sew it straight or something, or didn't cut it straight, we're just going to ease that in. I'm not going to fight with it too much. I just don't feel like it, so we're not going to. That's how we're going to do it. So I will be able to sew 19 of the blocks while this one is sitting up here. And then we will sew this last one once I've got, or we'll sew this last one in parts as I'm sewing these others. So there is a total of 4 strip sets. Fill the tub as well for the loo. Yeah. Absolutely. See, we don't lose power. We don't lose water if we lose power here. I've never lost water when I lose power. We lose hot water, like we don't have hot. But we don't lose water if we lose power here. So, thankfully I don't have that problem. All right, let's see everything that can hold water. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Melina, she says, Tammy, just wanted to let you know I've been with you all this time, but I've been cleaning. I even took you all to Walmart, came back, brought wood in, now prepping for dinner. I don't like doing it right before dinner. No worries. Alicia's working on her bridal path quilt. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out this long. I really do appreciate it. My YouTube watch hours will greatly appreciate it, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Everything that tells YouTube you guys are liking the content helps me out immensely. Alright. Are you liking how this is looking? We have our own well way out in the Ozark Mountains. Yeah, absolutely. If you're on well water and you've got to have that pump, that makes sense as to why you would lose water. Yeah, I've never been on well water. Everywhere I've lived, I have lived on city water. Or county or whatever. Like, I've always lived on a municipal water. I've never had to not have that. So, that would be new for me. I come from Kenya. We used to have drought a lot. You learn how to handle water. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, when you deal with it all the time, I can totally understand that. We had to do a little bit of that in prep for hurricanes in the south. You wanted to put water in your tub and a couple of other places so that you actually had something to rinse with, provided that you still had a roof when you were done. Because you might not have a roof. If you don't have a roof, then it's kind of a problem. Alright. So this is the basic layout of the block. So the instructions have you, this is for your reds. I'm using green. So what will happen is whether you're doing this as a row or if you're doing this as columns or whatever, you will have sashing pieces this will be your red. It'll go there and it'll go there. And you'll have cornerstones. So you'll get a whole row of these up. You'll put your sashing in between those. You'll sew your little cornerstones between your sashing pieces here. Then you'll sew this to that. So that's how your sashing is going to go on. So if you're trying to figure out your red striping that's going in there, that is your sashing. You're going to need the least amount of it compared to everything else. And you could get away with a lot more scrappy. Jackie says, same with these ice storms we've gone as long as 3 weeks without. Of course, the same can happen if a tornado comes through, but this area has been lucky. Yeah, I've never had issues with losing water due to a tornado, but you're dealing with well water. That puts it in its whole different category. Whole different category. All right, so you guys are gonna have the bright light. I apologize, I can't fix that. I cannot. I need the light today. Giovanna says, when I bathe, I don't throw away the water even now so that I can use it for the loo. You won't believe how much you save on your bills as well. Yeah, absolutely. Right, Mike? He says that pattern screams to me. Yes, absolutely. You know what? Let me adjust this camera so you guys can see that better the whole time I'm working on this. There we go. All right, Liz, welcome in. I think first time I've seen you in the chat. Question, if this is a free pattern, why can't you share the measurements? Because you need to go to the designer, you need to go to APQS and download it so that they know how many people are downloading their pattern. If I give out the pattern measurements, then APQS could come after me and stop issuing out free patterns. So even though it's a free pattern and there's no charge for it, it is honoring the pattern designer and giving them the credit to allow them to track how many downloads their pattern gets. So it just means that they have the right to see how many they get. If I put out a free pattern and only 3 people download it, but 20 people make it, then I have no idea how popular that pattern actually is. So you going over to downloading it helps the pattern designer know how popular that pattern has become. So that's why. Welcome in, Katie. Greenland Quilter is here. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. All blocks are the same, Jackie. Yes, absolutely. They all are the same. Andrea says we have a water cooler that will dispense water without electricity, and we keep 10 of the 5-gallon jugs that we rotate through. We fill them when they are empty, so we always have that much water. Awesome. Let's see. Liz, you have a very Italian last name. Yes, she does. She does. It's gorgeous. Okay, a lot of message retracted. My gosh, you guys. Hi, Andrea. Did you get the email about the winner of your pattern? Awesome. I was trying to figure out how many fabrics I need. Okay, so on the blues, there are 3 blues. There are 3 blue fabrics. On the tan, there's only 1 fabric. So if you're going to scrap that up, you will need to take into account that your fabrics are going to cross. So that one's a little bit, I would be less likely to scrap on the white. The pattern calls for white, I use tan. But yeah, on the blues, if you can, and this is my recommendation, if you can, make a test block out of fabrics you don't care about, like fabrics that you just would get out of, whatever. You can cut the actual, cut it by the strip size, crossed by the unit size. So there's a band size, you're cutting strips for a band. So you cut that strip size, and then you can cut the unit size. So they're all squares. None of them are rectangles until you're cutting the units, if that makes sense. Chloe says, I didn't think you'd still be on. I had to run errands. We're waiting to hear about that pizza. That is exactly why we're still on, Chloe. We have been waiting on you for that pizza. You have not delivered your pizza yet. I'm still waiting on my pizza. Just kidding. But yeah, the different fabrics, you can scrap some of those up. But I would make one sample block. Just make one of whatever scraps you want to use. And that's going to help you figure out how you want to color your block. On mine is dark green. The sashing is dark green. I've got a dark green and then a darker green for the cornerstones. It's really hard to see from that angle, but you guys will end up seeing it later. Jackie says someone's bringing pizza, right? They need to. So that you could scrap the straight pieces and scrap the horizontal pieces in difference, but you need to scrap across the entire length of the quilt. So depending on what sizing you're doing, you can scrap that up too. All right, so you guys, I did not press my seams. Remember that. I did not press my seams. So what I'm going to do at the machine is I'm going to take, and this is just extra fabric, I'm going to take and nest my seams here, and I'm going to just push that through the machine as one unit. This is why it's important to have your walking foot on when you're working with flannel. If you have a walking foot, please use it for flannel. That is going to help keep your seams nested together. You can pin it if you want to. It's rare for you guys to see me use pens. I pin to the wall, but you guys rarely see me use pens, so don't panic. Chloe says, the pizza was good. Pepperoni and mushrooms. Also tried the Hero white pizza. It was okay. Well, you didn't ask me my opinion of the white Hero pizza, so I don't know. Jackie says it looks black from our view. Yeah, it does. It does. It is very dark green. He did say he likes green, but he likes dark green, like forest green. So that's kind of where I went with it. It is very, very dark green. All right, so what I'm going to do is all of my seams are going to press towards one direction. So like all of my unit A seams are going to press away from my machine, and all of my unit B or unit 2 pieces that are going on top of it here are going to press towards my machine. So that's what I'm going to do for all of these. So I've got 18 of these to do. Actually, no, I've got more than that. I got 38 of these to do. 38 of them to do. Let's see. Okay, just went and grabbed my cold pizza from last night. Yum. Y'all, and this pizza. And it's all because today is National Spaghetti Day. And you guys are eating pizza. And you're making me incredibly craving pizza. I'm going to tell my husband when he gets home tonight that, you know, we're not having whatever it was we were supposed to be having. We're going to be having pizza because I want, you know, I want pizza after all my subscribers were eating pizza in front of me today. They were eating pizza and telling me about it. They were eating pizza and telling me about it. All right. So we are done with one strip. The first one always goes slow because you're going to be trying to figure out which way you're going. If you pre-pressed your strips to press your seam allowances in a certain direction, that would probably speed this process up. But did I do that? No. Could I go back and do that now? Yeah, absolutely, but I'm not going to. Jackie says, I'm thinking without looking, I have the fabric for this. Yes. You need to make this quilt. This is a fabulous quilt. When I originally thought about making this person a quilt, I could do a no, I'm not doing a carbonara. No. I want pizza. I want pizza now. I don't want spaghetti. Even though it's National Spaghetti Day, I don't want spaghetti. I need to go feed the rabbits. I'll see you when I get back if you're still on. Andrea, unless it takes like 3 hours, yeah. No, I'm just kidding. We won't be on 3 hours. We shouldn't be on 3 hours more, but we're going to be on until I get this done. At least until I get these blocks pieced. I would like to get the quilt top done, but we're going to see how realistic that is and see how much I can handle. I may not be able to handle the whole thing, but it will be done tomorrow. At least the top will be done by tonight so I can quilt tomorrow and bind tomorrow. Giovanna says, it is a cool quilt, right? I love it. I love it. So when I was thinking about doing this person a quilt, my first thought was I ought to get, especially when I'm going to do flannels, I ought to get plaids. I ought to get plaid flannels. Then I was like, well, you know, I'm not seeing any plaids that I just fall in love with, and I would have to do a whole lot of plaids. I was just going to do, like, signing off. Thanks for today. We'll continue watching the stream tomorrow morning. Oh, thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you. Thank you. So I was thinking about getting plaids to make it with, and you're just doing like 5-inch squares and, you know, sewing on patchwork style. So I was definitely thinking plaids for him. But then I saw this pattern and I was like, oh, no, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. So that's what we are doing. We are doing what is perfect for the recipient. Even if it is not my normal stuff. Because this is definitely not my normal. But that's okay. And we're giving it a homespun feeling. We're definitely giving it a homespun feeling. Now, if you do not use a consistent seam allowance, if your cutting was not accurate, when you go to piece these together, oh, I think I've run out of another bobbin maybe. We're going to see. Have I? No, I got plenty of bobbin. My machine lied. My machine did not lie earlier, but it is lying now. I have plenty of bobbin. It is my bobbin thread sensor that is clogged. Okay. So we are going to put that back, and we're going to back stitch a couple stitches to pick up the new bobbin thread. There we go. If your seams do not line up, if it is a big problem, like it is a big difference between them, you can always pick out just the seam that you need to adjust, and then re-stitch that seam. If it's not that big of a deal, like it's not that big of a difference, then you could actually ease it in. Flannel's a lot more forgiving than regular cotton when it comes to easing it in. And it won't show as much of a distinct difference. depending on how fluffy your flannel is. If it's super fluffy flannel, you won't tell. You won't be able to tell. If it's not super fluffy, then you might be able to tell a little bit, but it shouldn't be super bad. So, but I'm not going to press my seams. I'm not going to bother with it. I didn't see the instructions until Judy pointed them out as to where they were after she went looking. But I'm not going to go back and fix it. Sometimes pizza is better cold. Yes, absolutely. Cold pizza is better than no pizza. Sometimes. Just depends on what you're in the mood for. Now, there's some pizza that there's just no way I would eat it regardless, but, yeah. Sometimes cold is better than none. Oh, welcome in, Maritza. She says, hola, welcome, welcome. Glad you are here. All right, you guys want me to finish a block or keep going strip sewing? You tell me. You guys get to choose your own adventure. We're going to choose our own adventure this year. Am I going to continue sewing or am I going to stop after this one and put together a couple of blocks so you guys can see a finished block? I mean, it's on the wall, but it's not sewn together. So you guys tell me. You guys get to tell me. The chat goes quiet. Well, I think that a lot of different recipes are better cold or the next day. Oh, you want to see blocks? Okay. So what I will do is after I sew this strip, I will grab the next strips that need to go in the middle of these and I'll get those attached and we will complete a couple of blocks. We will do it that. Make a block. Awesome. Okay. We will do that. We will do make blocks. We will do make a block. And once we get a couple blocks made, then I can actually sign off and then I will then strip please. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Okay. We can do that. We can do that. I am not under a time limit today. I do not have to be anywhere tonight. We have the time. All right, let's see where we're at. Oh, and I have just enough. I'm enjoying the pizza. You're mean, Mike. He's over there enjoying pizza that I can't have. He's enjoying the pizza. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. All right. So I've got this piece. This is my first strip set to my second. And so my seams are going up. So they'll be going into the machine first. So the strip that I put down on top of it, my seams are going to come towards me. And I'll also see if I need to make adjustments to the way my seams lay. Because that I did not pre-test any of this. This is putting it together the way the designer said without pre-testing. All right. There's one. There's my second seam allowance. And I'm just going to nest those together and I'm going to let the fabric fit itself in place. So if the fabric is over a little bit, that is fine. Tammy, anytime, come out, please. You know that is a long trip for a piece of pizza. You can bring me some. I don't mind. You can come fly out here. We'll find you an air mattress. I have an air mattress somewhere. I know I do. We had it for my stepdaughter. There's a queen size, I think, too. We bought a queen size because all of our sheets are queen for our bed. So we bought a queen size air mattress so we didn't have to buy new sheets. Can you tell me you're cheap without telling me you're cheap? Or is that just smart? Was I cheap or was I smart? You guys get to tell me. Was I cheap or was I smart? All right. And I'm just going to add them in order. So I'm not going to fight with it just in case. Because I don't want to be fighting with my seam allowances. So we're going to see if I'm going the right direction. And I don't need to go back and fix anything. So you guys had a good call that I should stop and sew a block. All right, so now the seams are coming away from the machine. So now my seams are going to go on top, are going to go towards the machine. Smart or frugal, never cheap. There we go. I'm very frugal. I mean, I'm incredibly frugal. I will frugal the daylights out of other people. Like I am. There is always a way to do it without spending a whole lot of money most of the time. I mean, there's occasions where you got to spend money. You got to spend money to make money. But there's a lot of times that you don't. And I am all about those times. All right, let's see. Now you can also do it this way where you're doing all of your strip sets in order. So you could actually be sewing all of these D units, which is this center unit I'm putting on right now. You could sew all of these in order. So that way you don't get out of order on any of it. So you could always do that too. I bet you found last night kind of strange, Tammy. No, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I was just being in a chat. Laura says, I'm still here. Pain medication makes me super sleepy. I've been listening sort of since the beginning. You're fine, Laura. You're fine. No, it was okay. It was, it wasn't super weird. It wasn't super weird. So what Katie's talking about, you guys, is if you have a channel, if you are a content creator and you have a YouTube channel, there's a guy that runs a channel called Social Media Grow. And so he's running a channel specifically for the purposes of growing your channel. You can go over there and there's ways to earn entries and be able to promote your channel and to get your channel out there to people who might not normally see your kind of content. So they might not be a quilter, or they might not be a crafter, they might not be something else. And apparently he's live every night but Saturday night. So he won't be live tonight, but he would be live tomorrow night. So, there's a lot of promotion going on and chit chat back and forth and all of that. So that's what she's asking about. It was good. It was good. Let's see. Giovanna says, Laura, so long as you don't feel pain, it's all fine, right? Agreed. Maritza saying hi to Chloe. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so my strip that's on the bottom is coming up towards the machine. So my strip that's on the top is coming towards me. So I am making sure that I'm keeping my seam allowances following the same pattern that I've been doing before so I don't get turned around. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. I'm done with the third binding project for the day. Only 21 more projects in the pile. Oh my gosh. Damn. I'm not counting my projects right now. I can count 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I can't count past that. Not without pulling them out. So, actually, I know I have 9, 10 up there. 11. Yeah. Yeah, we're not counting my projects. I keep wanting to. I really don't need to, though. I really do not need to count my projects. Alright, let's see. Yeah, she's been busy. She's been super busy doing all that binding. Alright, we're going to see if my previous seam allowances will work with this, and it will not. So I am going to have to get new strips to put on there. So those can just be my starting parts of my blocks. So I'm glad you guys stopped me. Judy says she's going to leave for a bit. No worries. No worries. I might not be here when you get back because we may stop after I finish this block. Those are the ones quilted. Almost the same number of tops to be quilted. Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't have that many then. I don't have that many. I've got one that's partially quilted. I've got 3 others that are basted that need to be quilted. And then I've got a whole bunch that are not even basted. This one has to be done before all of those others. So this one will get done ASAP. Giovanna, I've taken the medication sparingly, but some days I really need it. Oh yeah. No, you do not want to get to the point where you are in the point of needing it. Because at that point, you are past the point where that medication is going to be as effective. If you're keeping it at bay, that is the goal of pain medication. Keep it at bay. Don't make your body overwork to get back up on top of it. I don't take a lot of meds because they fix one place and damage another. Yeah, they do, but you know, sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes it is absolutely necessary. Because not taking it can also cause damage too. So, my machine sounds really quiet. Did I run out of bobbin? No, apparently I didn't. It's just being super quiet. I think I have enough fluff in my machine now. The fluff from the fabric is clogging the machine enough that she's getting quiet on me. Alright, one more strip, and then we will be able to sew some sashing on, so you guys can see the sashing going together. Alright, last strip, so you guys can see the back, and I will not be putting I will not be pressing this until these are all done. I am not taking this to iron until it is all done, and then I will fight with it then. I would recommend, if you have the time to be patient, go ahead and press your seams beforehand. Don't do what I'm doing. Do what I say, don't do what I do. Go ahead and take the time to press your seams one direction or another, and then you can turn it as you go. That'll be faster than trying to nest the seams without pressing. Chloe, yes, these have been in the binding pile a while, but now done. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly, Jamie. Done is the best. Absolutely. Cannot disagree with that statement anymore. That is, yeah. I've got one in the pile that had to shovel the driveway. Yuck. Ow. I'm glad you're back and okay. That's what we're going for. That's what we're going for. So that's good. That's good that you're okay. Even if it's not fun, at least you're okay. I may be shoveling my car out tomorrow. Alright, one more little bit. Alright, let's get this all the way back down. Alright, we are almost done with this one block. And I'll only have 19 more to go. Alright. So, it looks just like the one up on the wall, except that this is all snow, or it's not snow. It is sewn now. So that one can't come off the wall because it's pinned, but this one can because it's sewn. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my sashing. And I'm actually going to grab 2 sashing strips. I'm going to sew one on each side. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get one on each side so you guys can see how that's going to work. So because I have not pre-pressed my seams, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I know which direction my seams are going to go. And I'm going to lay this on top. And if you want to pin it, you absolutely can. But I'm not going to. There are hand machines for the snow. Yes, there are. There's also the electric and gas powered ones, but sometimes that is more work than they are worth it. It just depends on everything else that's going into it. So yay! I cannot believe we have sashing on one block, or we will have sashing on one block. Welcome in, Terry. She says hi, Tammy, and everyone. Welcome, welcome. We are only going to hang out for a few more minutes. I'm going to get sashing on this block so I can put it up on the wall so you guys can see it. And then I'm going to actually go get some food to recharge myself a little bit. And then I will be back to sewing and finishing these up tonight. Because this has got to be done and quilted for tomorrow. So I'm going to be super busy all night getting these done. Because once I get this done, I've got to put the sashing on the bottom. It's not going to matter. It's rotatable. It's rotatable. It's going to rotate all the way around. So like you're going to put the rows together, and then you're going to put a row of sashing, and then you're going to put the next row on and row of sashing. All of that. It was my turn. 61, not afraid to keep mobile while I can. Oh, that works. That works. That's one way to look at it. That's definitely one way to look at it. And if I put it on the bottom, then I still have to press it anyway. So it's not going to matter either way. I'm still going to have to press it. So none of these seams are pressed yet. And I am going to just use this blue thread to quilt with as well. So I'm going to do like some stitch in the ditch quilting. You do not want to press your seams open on this quilt. You want to be able to nest your seams. So do not try to press your seams open. It is not necessary, nor will it work very well. So definitely press your seams to one side or the other as you are going with this quilt. And my sashing is cut to the size that the pattern said for the block. So my sashing is cut to the correct size. So we now have one block. So you guys can see, even without pre-pressing my strips, that's just fuzz, I promise. My seams are nesting nicely together. Because it's flannel, it's a little bit more bulky, but your seams should nest together like that. Ah, sorry, not trying to knock the camera. Let me bring you off of that, you guys. There we go. All right. So your blocks are going to go together like this. And you're going to put sashing on your sides. You will not put sashing, the green sashing or red in the pattern. You're not going to put that on the outermost side. You do not need it there. And then you're going to have it also between the rows. So you're not going to have any sashing up here above your quilt, but you are going to have sashing here, and you're going to do little cornerstones. So my cornerstones are a dark forest green, like they're incredibly dark, but it goes really well with this other shade of green. So once this is all pressed, it will lay down nicely, and it's so soft, so soft. Giovanna says she actually cut the lawn for her neighbors as she enjoys doing it. Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, so I'm going to call it quits here so that way you guys can go about your days. I'm not holding you hostage. I promise I'm not trying to. But that way I can go get some food and get recharged and keep going. So you guys will see tomorrow night. I will have pictures. If I do not have the quilt, then it was gifted. If I do have the quilt, then I didn't make it in time. So we're going to see if I can get this done, get it quilted, and get it gifted in time for tomorrow. So thank you all for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with me on a Saturday pop-up. We will have a couple more pop-ups. They won't be super long like this. I do have Fab Barn coming up this month. So just keep an eye out. I will have a notice that we're doing Fab Barn as a January pop-up. And if you see a temperature readings pop up, that will be randomly throughout the week. I don't know exactly when I'm going to do those. It just depends on when I have time each week. So it'll vary from week to week. And those will be great videos to come back and rewatch if you don't manage to catch me live. Or I may just do it on a video and not do it live. I don't know yet. But temperature rings will be going up. We'll be doing some working on temperature rings as we go. Fab Farm will be coming up as well. And then February, we're also going to have a freebie. So keep an eye out for another Saturday pop-up that's coming up in February for the freebie for February. The freebie pattern for February. Let's see, Jackie says, if I'm not here, you know why. We'll be back as soon as I can. Have a good weekend, everyone. Oh, you're fine, Jackie. You have a great afternoon. I will see you guys later. Thank you for being here. Talk to you later, and see you Sunday.